Hello there. Welcome back to Roll For It. I don't know what I'm doing. Anyway, hi. Well, look, it's been a long
I
week
was
for
like,
me.
Where is this going?
I don't know. I started and I was like, I'm going to do an accent. I didn't
Yeah,
decide, and then it just started
like-
wandering, and then I just decided to wander with it, so it wandered. Look, it's been
I
a
was like,
really...
what accent is this?
It's been such a weird week to me. I've been hermiting. I've been working on a law paper. I have no recollection of the outside world. And then after I was done with that, I'd start on this new arc thing because I had a really cool idea and I wanted to expand it and flesh it out and stuff. And so this is a cool story arc for today, and I haven't...
We're getting close to, just so y'all know, chapter
reckon it's
3
about
is coming to a close.
two
soon,
sessions
so.
maybe until we close off chapter 3, or at least until we get so close to closing that I'll be saying, hey, does anyone want to do anything before we close? But right, anyway, hi, welcome to Roll For It, where YouTube streamers get together to play some tabletop RPGs. Of course, today we're playing Ascension, our very long-running Dungeons and Dragons campaign, with our lovely players, Bentha, Maggie, and Cobalt, and our equally adorable-ish characters. So we'll go through our announcements right proper quick. Then we'll get on to some shilling before going over a quick recap. And I want to just like tweak the end of last episodes because I realized that I forgot that last episode's events actually happened very shortly after dawn. It was like, I think 9 or 10 a.m. or something. Actually, because they teleported, for them, I think it was like 8:39 a.m. Where they were, it was... You teleported that way.
The night, right?
So where
Like,
you were,
basically
it
at
was
the side of
8.
the planet.
No, because you teleported twice, remember? You stepped through trees, and that made you go
Oh, we did. Yeah, we
west.
did jump across to.
So yeah, you jumped west after dawn, so it must have been about 9 a.m. You jumped about an hour, maybe, so you jumped to 8. And then at about 8:30, stuff went down. And so at like 9 a.m., when I thought, oh, it must be end of the adventuring day by now, I got confused, and it was like, no, actually, they really just only rested an hour and a half ago in their time, maybe 2 hours ago in their time. So we'll just rewind a little bit.
I was
let
like,
them
I
have a
just
long
wasn't
rest,
sure what
finish
the
day.
time zones were, because like, are we going backwards in time now? Are we going forwards?
Yeah. The time zones are confusing and annoying, and but this world actually has it is just a sphere. Very early on, I was like, I'm just gonna make this sphere because it's simpler. I have to.
If you don't let me rest, I'm going to disintegrate the first
sphere?
poor fellow you
So it's
throw
like-
at us. So,
How does that work? Okay.
How
I
does
have
the
to.
world being a sphere work?
Then
It's
with
like-
the time zones, like I'm still saying, like, wouldn't it still like the way that the sun and moons?
Has anyone ever checked their watch or clock after
Because
teleporting?
Because Vihira is in a different spot than like where we were.
Oh yeah, when you went to Vihira Ras, it was like midnight or whatever. It was really dark.
Yeah. It was like,
But we'll slightly flick back, etc. Everything roughly plays out still. Anyway,
okay.
so
all right. So it is dark.
oh yeah, it's still dark. Don't worry. It's a pretty big time shift. I need to exactly check, but it's
flat earther. I was trying to understand because he was saying like the time didn't change, but I was like, all right, well, it doesn't make sense with like the light. Okay, we fixed that.
Time doesn't change, light changes.
The
but
light
yes.
changes, yeah.
No, because Vihira Ras is like not quite, but almost on the other side of the world. Which it's great. Teleportation.
So would jet lag in this world be called like portal lag or teleport lag?
Portal lag just sounds better. Some would call it portal lag.
Yeah, portal lag
So-
rolls off the tongue better.
If someone says daylight on Moon's Day in one place, but daylight and Moon's Day on another area is at a different time, it's a little confusing. But yeah.
I guess everyone just uses hours after dawn or something.
They probably keep their clocks tied to the height of the sun. They might have time zones. It might just be that each city just keeps its own particular time, and noon is just when the sun's highest. I don't know.
Sure.
We're
yeah.
testing the limits of E's world building now.
Yeah.
Because time zones are honestly not the most fun thing to do, and they don't
They are
matter.
not.
The only thing that matters is the fact that, yes, when you go somewhere via teleportation, it's dark. Sure. It doesn't matter for you. No one has ever checked their watch in the history of this show. None of you actually have watches. That's fine.
We've got an
You have a
hourglass.
broken watch. You have a broken watch.
do.
You still
I have
fixed
a broken. I was like, I have a broken watch because I mentioned it
isn't
before.
Fixed. You
And no,
can't check it.
I said it. I said I have a broken watch. I was like, and
I
then
know.
I think Skith or Cobalt was asking me out of character. He's like, what broken watch? I was like, oh, this was before we even met you.
I know.
I just still have
gave
had
to you,
it.
like as a loot drop, being like, oh, I'm sure you could just fix
Well,
this.
I want
and
to
then
fix
sell
it and then sell it. Yeah, I haven't had time. I've got other things I want to.
I would like to
build and
create a
fix.
moon dial with my carpentry. Thank you.
I was
Easy
actually
done. There we
thinking
go.
I would make like a magic item out of it. Would be kind of fun. But yeah.
You just bend
Sorry.
one of the hands. When the hands touch, they conduct a current. That's how old bombs used to work.
Oh my
Oh.
goodness.
Yeah,
We're on a
that's-
list.
that's-
We've already been.
Well,
That's why they used to have ticky clocks, and it's terrible. Don't do that.
Don't,
Also because
don't turn that into a bomb.
They
to
touch
watch.
each other here, so you have to put just don't do it. It's just a terrible idea. It's not efficient. It's also don't do that.
I did always
Sorry,
Anyway.
wonder how those work.
Welcome to the pre-show.
And
Yeah,
now,
that's
now
because
I
they
know, and
bend
I'm on
the-
3 lists, and yep.
Yeah. Anyway,
If we put a bomb in a pocket watch and gave it to Sir Gallant, then he would really appreciate it.
My God.
As long as the watch
You
is
guys are
flashy
awful.
enough, it'll
It's
work.
not
the world
magical.
where magic items can just be cursed. I'm pretty sure people don't just accept random
Yeah.
gifts like that.
Well, famous people, come on, they probably get gifts from fans.
Yeah, that
Come
goes
on.
through their you
Yeah,
know, their
someone probably
people,
checks
and they're
them,
like,
yeah.
detect magic, detect for
Yeah.
curses, do this, do that, legend lore. You attune to it first to see what it does.
I mean, you say that,
It's like
but
the
someone
taste testers.
you say that, but someone did once sneak a listening device into the Oval Office by having it hidden in a present given to the president by a school child, and it worked, and was there for years.
Oh yeah, no, I'm 100%. Like, you
It
can
make we might be
the
able to
most
pull it off.
impressive. You can make the most impressive technical security, but the weakest part of any security is always people.
It's true.
And any tech expert will tell you that.
So we're gonna do a Shadowrun heist in Ascension. Is that what I'm
I'm
getting?
just saying,
right
if you
now?
ever want to try and target any kind of facility or anything in Ascension, in general, people are always the weakest. You could be like, oh, what if we try and do something with the so-and-so or whatever? You just be like, no, just wait outside for a week, find whoever leaves the door open for a fag, and then you just walk in with a high-vis vest and a clipboard. They'll let you in.
Mhm.
Anyway, except I guess the alarm spell does exist, and you can just designate people for it. But then I guess
Oh.
the mage they get around every day to put the alarm spell up gets fed up, and so he just designates, whoever my friend Bob designates, and then Bob just is like, yeah, cool, anyone, sure, done.
And here is the end of our pre-show.
That's the end of the pre-show. Anyway, look, it's been a long week.
Our pre-show, after show.
Anyway,
If
right,
you like after
announcements.
shows, though.
If you like after shows, check out our after shows. We'll get more to that in the shilling. Right. Today's supporter is, which one am I going to do for this? This one.
Hero Sheep. Hero Sheep, thank you for supporting the show. You have an interesting episode in store. This show comes with a trigger warning today.
Oh.
I'll get more to that in a bit. NPC names post is now out. If you are at the GM tier, hero tier and above, you can submit a name to be used in the names post. Please do so. Also, monthly recap and first batch of Eton Grange letters are coming soon. I don't know why it's Scottish. So,
Oh, you are going to love. There's some spicy letters, and not all of them will be showcased in the next episode. So if you want to tease it, sneak peek, you should check it out.
well, there you go. I say, if you want to see some spicy letters asking people to take turns about the estate, then go check out our Patreon, where they will shortly be put up. I say. Hello. Also, the first downstairs episode. Oh, that's not the downstairs voice. Right. So, if you want to go see the downstairs episode, of Eaton Grange Estate. That'll be taking place on Saturday, the same time, which is not our normal time of 6 p.m.-ish, 10 a.m. No, it's a little bit later. What time is it, Maggie? And what will be going on downstairs?
It will be at 2 p.m. Pacific, which I don't know what time that is UK. So
10 p.m.
4 hours later.
You have to do math.
It'll be
8
10
hours
p.m.
later.
Yeah, 4 hours later than our normal show at 10 p.m.
Yeah, so
UK.
10 p.m. I know it's not ideal for everybody, but we will also have it up on YouTube. So if you can't, watch it live, definitely come tune and do it over on the YouTube channel. But it's good. I mean, if people think like that first episode was a lot, just wait until you get the downstairs crew. And then the next episode, episode 3, is all of us together. So it's going to be, if you love political intrigue and romance and betrayal and lots of things of that sort, you will enjoy it.
Yeah, I think my buddy's on that show with you guys.
Which buddy?
Blessius.
Oh yeah, it will be his first time on Roll For It.
Oh wow. Yeah, he lived
Yeah.
here. I think he moved, but he lived here for a few years, and I hang out with him a bunch.
Oh nice. Yeah, he had messaged us a while ago, or messaged me a while ago, saying like, "Hey, if there's opportunity to do roleplay stuff, I would love to." So he's been on our list for a long time, probably like a year. And we might have some guests for Ascension someday too, coming up. soon.
Ooh.
Especially as we move into chapter 4.
That's
The
exciting.
plotting and planning.
So, last but not least, which one is this? There we go. We are sponsored by Roll20. Roll20 allows us to use the internet, the repository for all knowledge about cats and cheeseburgers, but also where you can use Roll20 to play tabletop games online with dice rolling and maps and dynamic lighting. The next couple of episodes will use many of the marketplace shenanigans where maps have been bought, used, dynamic lighting has been set up, and fun tokens have been uploaded and abilities made. And they will run through Roll20. I don't know. Is that good?
That voice changes, testing the limits a little bit. It veers into robot-y from time to time.
That's fine. Ascension is robots.
It depends on what tone you use. Yeah.
Ascension
Bruh.
has robots. I am a robot. There we.
I am a robot.
We know that.
Yeah, that's true.
Oh, that makes
Irina
a lot
wasn't
more sense.
actually, birthed. She was
Someone
made.
at work actually asked me the other day, they're like, was that an automated message? I can't tell if your messages are scheduled or if they're actually real. I was like, thank you, I guess.
Maggie just sets up a lot of really complicated macros.
I just send a lot of messages I schedule a lot of messages because I don't want to bother people during their lunch breaks or I'll
So
think of
1
something in
minute
the middle of the
after.
night, and so I'll schedule it to go out at 10 a.m. So I don't know.
Well, that's nice.
I wish Discord had scheduling messages. EE and Bentham would get them too.
Hmm.
Also, it would make just posting stuff a lot easier if we actually could do that.
Okay. Beb, you wanna chill real quick?
I can do the thing. You can support Roll For It on Patreon. Patreon is the main way that we're funded and how we do all of this cool stuff. There's a whole bunch of tiers on there that give you a whole bunch of different rewards, and those include but aren't limited to NPCs of all of our shows, after shows we record after every show. We talk about how it's in the show, which means they're like the pre-game rambling, but nothing stops us except if we've gone for an hour by accident, and then we stop. So you get a lot more random rambling about D&D related things, usually plot relevant, sometimes not.
Rambling.
But there you go, kind of new word. You can also get character
Great pun,
sheets.
isn't it?
You can get enemy character sheets. You can get other GM secret things. You can now get things like the letters from Good Society. You can submit names for NPCs. You can watch the monthly recaps where the admins recap the previous month, talk about the things that were going on, and occasionally the things that will be going on. And
Days. No.
like today's letter.
Good Society.
It's a slightly delayed. I was like, is it's about the recaps? What's going on?
There's a lot of them. We can spare a few. There's 3 O's. Just saying.
I think there are 10 letters. Oh no, 8 letters. I can't count. Everyone writes 2 letters.
Oh, right. Good society. I was counting the letters in the words good society. Right, okay.
And then I was making...
Right, okay.
Oh dear. You can
Sorry,
also,
you're too lawful. I'm
can-
chaotic.
You can support us at Legend tier as well if you're crazy. If you do that, you get to support 1 episode every month. You get to be the person like Hero Sheep this week. And you can also take part in a once-monthly RPG one-shot gemmed by a member of the Roll For It cast. It's a private off-camera game that you get to be a part of. We have lots of weird and wacky systems gemmed by lots of weird and wacky people that you've seen.
We did a
throughout the
Witches and
years.
Spellcraft one, and it was super fun.
I do like that every time Maggie GMs, she's like, here's like 5 different things I'll gem, and everyone's like, Witches and Spellcraft. 'Cause I haven't even seen the options Witches and Spellcraft.
Spellcraft and witches.
It is actually kind of about crafting witches.
Isn't that the romance option?
I mean, you can romance. Romancing witches.
Wait,
oh my
can I?
gosh. I haven't ever had somebody make a school of like romance. That'd be fun.
Expansion time.
It's not
You-
expansion. It's like you build the world together, so you could totally do that.
You can also support us in other places too, besides Patreon. You can do the Twitch things, of course. You can, I think we just dropped some frames. That's new. Not happened in years.
Oh.
You can, I think it's fine. It was just for a moment. You can also support us on Twitch. You can do the Twitch things. You can subscribe, of course, which gives you emotes and badges and immediate VOD access. Normally we'd have to wait 24 hours for us to upload the VODs over on YouTube. You can also drop us bits, of course, and you can also give us tips. Tips appear on the screen. We read them at the end of the show. Thank you for being awesome and supporting the episode. Actually, they don't appear on the screen these days. They still put things in the cup, but I don't think they actually display anymore. But we do read them out at the end to thank you for being awesome anyway. So we still do that. But all of those things make things happen in the fancy new bit cup that no longer covers up EE because we've changed around all of the things about the
I'm
overlays
sorry.
and everything. So it doesn't work the same anymore. But you can make some contribution. You can do a little bit. And also, on YouTube as well, you can become a YouTube member. That gives you emotes and badges over there as well. And being a YouTube member, or a Twitch subscriber, or a Patreon supporter, all give you access to our Discord, which is full of rooms about all the things. We hang out in there, talk about theories. There's plenty of stuff happening in the Thursday Ascension room, where a lot of people theorizing about things. Half the time I'm like, oh, I didn't think of that. That's actually a pretty good theory. And then other times I
They're
run in
doing
there.
pretty well at the moment, I gotta admit.
Sometimes I run in there and yell about my revelations and stuff. It's a fun time.
The theories for Good Society 2 are for Eaton Grange Estate are spicy too. Some of the cast are like, oh, I should have thought of that. Like, there's some good ones in there. We love reading those, and we always try to like pop in and chat with you guys.
Yeah, it's the best place to go if you wanna talk to other people about the show and share your theories and stuff. We try and read it all.
By the way, I gotta say, some of these latest NPC names might actually get used today. They're pretty good.
Yeah, we got in a new batch, and they're pretty decent. Still some joke names. There's always a few. We'll find a way. It's harder, but we'll find a way. But yeah, you can also just support us by being here, just by showing up. You're already helping us out. You're contributing to the numbers. The algorithms are going burr, and presumably showing us to more people. Who really knows how it works? But it seems to help when people watch, when people like, when people subscribe in the non-monetary fashion on YouTube, and all the various different buttons, following and stuff, and sharing's also great. That's fantastic when you do that. Tweeting about us, tweeting at us is wonderful. We love seeing those. And of course, we love it when you chat and comment. We try and read all those too, because we wanna hear what you think, and we wanna see what you're liking. So please do plenty of that. We love it. And also you can also clip. You can do it live on Twitch, but not of VODs on Twitch because sub only VODs, and it's weird like that. And we wish you could. Honestly, it seems weird that subs can't clip sub only VODs, but I guess it's so that people can't exploit it. But I feel like if someone goes to the effort of clipping an entire 4-hour stream into individual 1-minute segments, within the 24-hour period that it's not uploaded to YouTube to share with a friend, then honestly, fair enough.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, just go watch it on YouTube. And if you really want to watch it that early that you will spend all the time clipping it into 1-minute segments that the friend will then click on each 1-minute segment, then, I mean, fair play to you. Go for it.
But you can also clip on YouTube as well, and those you can do, of course, at any time because it's a VOD from the start. So that's the thing. And you can share those in the Discord as well. We love to use them in our tweets, so please keep sending them. You can also hit the clip button on Twitch and then just edit it afterwards. But you do have to edit it within 24 hours or it will break. What I've learned many times. I've left dozens of broken clips in my wake when I'm like, oh, I'll clip that, and I forget about it. But if you remember at the end of the stream, you can then edit it properly and title it and it'll work. But yeah, that's the stuff you can do, and that's the shilling.
Okay. I guess then a quick recap. So, everyone was super joyous. They had just did a whole load of stuff in the Beast Tower, become really cool and powerful on level 11. Woo! Yay! They gained a whole load of boons. They'd made a new, I would say friend, but I'm pretty sure the last thing he said was, please never come back, in the Herald of the Beast Tower, who is the first Herald that they knowingly met, is what I think they implied from that. But I think they had implied or inferred, or at least implied or inferred from what he said, that they had met or at least come into contact with, or at least been in the vicinity of others, because he kind of implied that he knew of them beforehand.
My theory
anyway.
is that Rakdos is the Traveling Tower Herald.
Okay.
But he also may not be Rakdos in the first place, and that might just be a name he's using. But we're pretty sure that that dude, who we thought was Rakdos, is the Traveling Tower Herald, whether or not they're actually Rakdos.
Yeah. Okay. So, then they were like, okay, let's go take this offer to go talk to a load of people from the Dragonborn Empire called the Ashir Satrapy. Side note, a satrapy is effectively kind of a devolved empire where each individual member state is tiny bit independent, but not really. Each is a satrapy, and they have a satrap, which is a head of the state. But they all, are subordinate and agree to this larger unity. That is what a satrap is. Anyway, so they all went to the encampment of the effectively colonialist army from the Ashir Satrapy, who were here to take over the Beast Tower. And we're like, okay, let's convince you to not do a colonialism. And then they kind of were like, okay, we will do only a tiny colonialism. And everyone was like, this is the best that could probably be accomplished at this stage. Maybe more can be accomplished later. And everyone nodded. And then there was a huge black hole appeared, and everyone was very scared because this was powerful and deadly. And Arena just managed to sprint away. Her steel defender, Corvidbot, got sucked up into it, and she was worried. Perrin didn't, so she gave Perrin haste. Perrin knowingly just jumped up to get sucked into the black hole, grabbed hold of the steel defender before getting sucked into it, and then teleported with it back to Arena, and the three of them scarpered, getting out of the range. Meanwhile, Pietro and Skith had no such luck, was sucked up into the black hole, and as they were going to slowly be annihilated on the edge of it, decided to teleport out, and then spotted someone that Skith had not seen for about 20 years, at least not in the flesh. He'd seen him in potentially hallucinations, much more recently. Skith's younger brother, who had potentially also assassinated both Skith's parents and Skith's older brother. The older brother also being married to the leader of the colonist, adventure here. Saravel. So they chased after Saravel. The adventure group eventually managed to trap and pin him before he could escape. And then they were like, how dare you? And he was like, cool, attack me then. And then the group were like, yeah, bang, bang, bang. Why is nothing happening? And he steps out from behind a rock and is like, yeah, that's an illusion. Starts blasting them with magic. Seemingly has some sort of newfangled ability to do gravity magic that no one has kind of encountered before. the cliff that they're on gives way, but ultimately he rolls really badly on a load of spells. Like one was 8d8 damage, and he did 18, which was halved to 9. So that was bad. And when the cliff gave way, Arena did a Featherfall, and he was out of reactions to counterspell it. So that really wasn't particularly helpful. However, he then did dispel the Featherfall, which, using a 3rd level dispel magic on a single target of a 1st level spell, is maybe not the most efficient, but it did cause Perrin to drop 140 foot and go unconscious and almost die. However, as he then went over to Arena to try and do the same thing, Arena shot him repeatedly in the face, with one bullet actually orbiting him due to the gravity, before trailing into the side of his jaw, ripping it open, and then Skith blasted him with a fireball, incinerating him. Except for the fact that as the fire dissipated, what was left was not a body, but a lot of mangled slush. It seemingly being some form of magical simulacrum. Pietro quickly Misty stepped down to Perrin, grabbed Perrin's potion and dumped it into Perrin's mouth, which just about saved Perrin because he rolled a natural on his death save. That could have got awkward, especially since they just got an item that does resurrection.
Rough.
Yeah. And with that said and done, they went through the loot, found a load of stuff, and decided that most of it wasn't particularly applicable, or they were going to get rid of. They then went back to the encampment, found that pretty much everyone had died. Maybe 20% of the people in the encampment or less had actually got out. The ships had been set on fire, and the only real people who had survived unscathed were the perimeter guard, who were all coming back and were being slowly transported away back to the Sheer Sanctuary, having given up on this unauthorized endeavor, in which they had no legal or political recourse to complain about in any way because it was unauthorized to begin with. And so we were going to then be like, oh, the Raven Queen needs you with the hero rest, everyone runs off, but because I completely forgot that, yeah, they could do with a long rest, and that was the morning for them, the very actual dawn of morning. Instead, since they did have an intention to stay around and help people leave, because they were going to spend quite a time actually rounding people up to go, if everyone is okay with spending the rest of the day helping those people, the Dragonborn, collect themselves and leave, if you wish, you can get a long rest that night.
Sounds good.
I think that's what we would like to do.
Sleep.
'Cause I would
Okay.
like spells. Okay. Sleep.
I need my
That
points.
means I get my. I used 2 of my hit dice, so I guess I just get those back.
Yeah, you'll get the hit die back.
That means we get a banner charge and I get a crystal blade charge. Nice.
Oh, and yeah, I get all my Flash of Geniuses back, more of my own Iron Jolts back. What else? Oh. I get my Peerless Aim back. And my Cure Wounds, injections. Whew. Got a lot of resources now. I realize my resource thing is just keeps getting longer and longer.
I've already got 10 resource boxes.
I have 2 for.
But one of them is my reaping blade charges, which I've kept out of posterity. Total 39, current
16.
999999999.
I have 16, but my misfires are tracked on there too for like my pistol and my gun.
Mm.
So as those go up, I have to.
Oh,
have some way
I
to
do
track.
also still have my javelins counter, 4 out of 4 currently.
Nice.
Oh, yeah.
I haven't
I have
thrown a
2 for my
javelin in a very
grenade.
long time.
So I have a grenade where it's like how many grenades I actually have, which I currently have 0, and then how many grenades, like how many days I'm into creating a grenade, and I'm 4 days into creating grenade, which takes me 7 days, but it might take less now that we.
Well, when we put the grenade together initially, I said I'd give you a small discount on the time anyway, because that ability was coming.
Okay, so
It would
is
be a
just
bit
7.
shorter now, but it wouldn't be half, because I already effectively knocked it down a little bit. It might be a little less. I'd have to think about it now, but
We'll leave it at 7 for now, and if you change your mind. I know that it's they've come in handy because I think Skith is our only really hardcore AoE person. Bentham does have his tentacle arms, but
I got rid of those. I removed
Oh, you
Arms
got
of
rid of it?
Hadar. It was it was so bad. I'm like, I'm not keeping this. Because like
Dude,
I know
people in the YouTube comments were excited for more parent tentacle action, so I think
Nope.
there's going to be
Arms
sadness
of
in the
Hadar
YouTube.
is off the table. It's garbage, and I refuse to use it again. But there are better alternatives. I mean, for one thing, Thunderstep does more damage than.
do you have something that uses your concentration?
What?
Do you have a spell that uses your concentration?
I do have concentration-based spells, yeah.
What do you have up normally?
They're spamming the tentacle emotes in chat.
I sometimes have Hunter's Markup
Okay.
or Blinding Smite.
Huh?
But I'm confused.
It's like,
What's going
great, I'm
on?
going to get rid of them.
Hmm.
Cobalt's smart about it. He doesn't tell E things, and then E's like, "Tell me." And I
He's
don't
gonna
want you to
come
be able
up
to
with a,
strategize against me.
yeah, he's gonna come up with a plan against my plan, and I want him to have a chance to make a mistake or something.
I now have Expeditious Retreat too. That's concentration. Though this was a sort of very specific circumstance where it was useful. I think the average fight, I'm not going to be using Expeditious Retreat much.
I have the spell too, but I never have it prepared because it's not as useful as some of my other ones.
Like, Expeditious Retreat on its own, kinda naff, but the fact that it stacks with so many other things that I have means it's got the potential to be awesome.
And you've done some crazy things where you get like a huge distance to get somewhere or to get to something. It's been insane.
Yep.
There's been some like parent anime moves going down.
Part of it is because of the tower room with the pillars, where I used the speedy boots, but it took me like 5-6 turns to get back to the beach while you guys were fighting, and I was like, if we just scrapped invisibility and I'd gone haste, expeditious retreat, dash speedy boots, I would have gone 480 feet in a single turn and could have just got in there, grabbed the key, got back, and we could have left without fighting those things at all. Probably wouldn't have worked out that way, but I could have, made some progress towards it.
So, Skith, roll me a perception
I'd like to get more rope, if that's okay. Because we're low on rope.
I have a shopping list.
Okay, you have a
Well,
shopping list.
during this time, as they're leaving, I mean, 9 is just about this. As they're leaving, they are leaving behind a lot of like military surplus stuff that just isn't worth them taking because they're going through teleportation circles and they can only get so many people through at a time. So they are leaving a lot of material supplies behind that are cheap. So they might be leaving ropes. So we'll get to that in a second. Skith, you spot like people going through all the stuff that was dumped behind by the Black Sphere when it left, because most of that was magical items. Anything that wasn't magical was destroyed. Only magical items were left. And you do spot someone pick up something, a small figurine. And you have noticed it before. Maybe just a glimmer of it with a 9. It was something that Nixis had. But you've only seen a glimmer of it. You wouldn't have recognized it fully. And as this guy kind of picks it up from kind of clods of soil, he's a dragonborn, kind of red scales, dark kind of oak edges to them. Looks at it. You can kind of see it's a woman, a plaster bust of her rising out of what appears to be like the ground or something. Like it's a very flat bottom to it, kind of like a rectangle bottom, and then she seems to be pushing out of the ground and rising up. Kind of glow around her. And it's made of plaster, seemingly. It's a very kind of crude-ish design, but he's picking up and looking over, and you can kind of tell that there's this scowl of disapproval. It's obviously some sort of religious symbol. If you want to make a religion roll, you can.
Seeing it's Saren Ray.
Yeah, this is something related to Serenray, but you don't know beyond that. Being brought up in the Ashir Satrapy, you wouldn't really know in detail. But he doesn't look particularly pleased with it, and you can tell that he's just kind of like doesn't know what to do, or also like, why did this survive? And also he's torn between like the fact that this is here is possibly kind of a disgrace. Technically, stuff like this might have to be reported to their House of Divinity, but also we aren't here officially, and the House of Divinity isn't here. And the guy's just looking at it like, takes out like a big maul from back, looks around for like a nice flat stone.
Hold on a second there.
What do you want?
What's that you just grabbed?
It is nothing. None of your concern. It does not exist. It will not shortly.
Is that your belonging to Smash then?
It is no one's now, and it profanes the dead.
I see. You must wish to provoke the wrath of the gods then.
Of this god, I am more afraid of Asmodeus and Tiamat, and House Ioth. This
Well, I
dishonors
understand
the
that.
name of the person who left it here. If I remove it, they may find their way to their place in the hells.
Well, why don't I take it off your hands instead? And that way, you won't have to worry about angering any gods or anyone's memory being dishonored.
Make a persuasion check. $15.
Not a matter. Taking it off my hands, the fact it exists. How are you going to make this up?
How am I going to make it up?
If you are taking this, what offering will you give? To assuage the gods.
And why must I make an offering?
To add to the horde. For every slight we add to the horde.
Dragonborn in the Ashir Satrapy have a little bit of a cultural thing about monetary or equivalent like items. Normally it's not as much about money. Donations to fix wrongdoings, kind of like the Catholic Church circa the 15th through 12th century, like buying a way out of sin. Not necessarily quite as strongly, but they're like, yes, it's the whole draconic thing. They're like, oh yeah, we give to the draconic master. That means that we're the good draconic servants.
Yeah, the dragon horde.
Exactly.
Yeah, I like it.
Well, how about this dragon scale in trade? He'll pull out his signet scale of Mercurix. I don't know how much the value is of that compared to the statue, but I figure there's got to be.
I do not know the provenance of such a thing. If I were to add that to the horde, I do not know who I would anger. And I have not gained that with my own sweat and blood. It is a victory for you, but for me, it is someone else's kill.
Well, then perhaps just good old-fashioned gold.
What else do you have? An item with provenance is worth more than gold. The history is... The uniqueness is worth more.
Well, I don't have many things to part with, but I did just come upon this red cigar. It is magical, I'm told.
What does
I am
it
not
do?
sure what what effects it may have.
It is just a magical cigar. What else did you just come across then?
Well, unfortunately, most of my profit is split between my companions. And we've...
Have you got any weapons? Any armor? Something martial? Not something... He gestures at the cigar you're holding. Inhalable.
I have a simple dagger. Baron, do we have any extra armor?
Perrin will be like, I think I've left some chainmail in near dearth.
Whatever it is, it would have to be valuable. This, whatever it is a magical profane artifact to a heretical goddess. I should by all rights destroy it now. If I do not, whatever I have to give to the Horde would be equal in trade.
Is not removing it. Still taking from the Horde, even if you destroy it.
I would not be taking it from the Horde, it would not go there. It would be
Oh,
me
I see.
covering up
Yes.
for someone else's blasphemy. I do not wish my house to be brought into disrepute by someone who has either run off and not claimed this, or someone who died today. I wish to make sure they get into the halls of the ancestors, even
Can
though
I-
their bones are no longer here.
Can I hear this conversation?
Make a perception check.
Okay.
I mean, no, actually, yes, you can. He literally asked you about armor. You're
Yeah,
within.
I, was like, I imagine I
shouting
was a
distance.
distance
I
away,
yelled
but
at
maybe
him.
I tuned in after the yelling.
Yeah,
And
if you were within yelling distance, you could then choose to be within hearing distance.
Alright, Perrin's gonna kind of casually wander up, just kind of curious as to what's going on, and be like, "Oh, there it is! I dropped that in the whole incident. It was such chaos, I assumed it had been lost."
Oh, is that where I recognized it from?
Surely we would have noticed this earlier.
Make a deception roll with disadvantage, Perrin.
I can't assist him?
No, you're undercutting him because you were already like, you would have. It's well known that you are a group.
$15?
Not bad.
Okay.
Not bad.
I had to. I just got the invocation that gives me proficiency in deception. I had to stretch my deception legs.
You're claiming this is yours.
I know that such a thing is profane to your people. My apologies for putting it in your sight.
Really? I had heard others mention you. Word travels fast about your group. And
Good
like
word, I hope.
Moontown. And also mention that you are not worshipping a god who is technically outlawed.
From the places I come from, we're a lot more fast and loose with the gods. In Near-Earth, we have a temple to all the gods. We worship them all equally.
I will drop my price then. I am not convinced. I recognize this style, and I recognize he turns it round. You can kind of see that this has been crudely made. Whoever did this is not an artist. This has been made by someone. And, like, looking at it, you're, like, probably made by Nixus himself. And it's like, yeah, there's probably dragon horn fingers, kind of marks on the back of it. Why you're not really buying it? He's like, nonetheless, it is possible that I am not entirely buying your story. Which of you has... I'm trying to think of any spare magical... which of you has that spark blade you just picked up?
I didn't mark any on my sheet, except for the cigar.
Did we give it to Pietro?
Pietro didn't want it. Pietro said he was sticking to more... Because Pietro got the staff, like... And Pietro's like, no, you've already given me a staff. You cannot give me any more. This is for you. The GM is saying
Marina's
he won't
probably
use it.
got
Keep it.
then.
I don't have
Parts
it.
or for
I mean,
selling.
if nobody wants it,
Perrin's got it.
yeah, if nobody wants it, I can be carrying it.
Okay, in which case, if you're carrying it, he'd look at that as a side sword. My side sword is lost. What is that?
Oh.
Because it's obviously different, because that is, like, obviously a weird Magitech weapon.
I'll hold it up. Is that? Oh, it's something we picked up from the one who perpetrated this horrible act.
It is from the person who caused this.
Yes. Well, we didn't technically defeat him, but we defeated the means by which he did this.
Killed a copy of him, a cheap copy.
It was the copy that did this.
Yes, a means for him to cast spells from afar.
I do not know what that weapon does. But if it is his, I will take it and add it to the Horde. And part of his death will be given as penance. You may have your statue back.
I'll hold out the sword. I believe it harnesses lightning.
Huh. I care not for lightning. But if it is from the person who was this as a memento of his death, I have your gratitude. You have my gratitude. He looks at it. Tries to break it over his knee and it doesn't break. It's a magical item. Very well. You have made a friend today. Do with that what you will. Do not get it seen by any others.
I'll take it
Your
from him.
secret is safe with me.
Yeah, I'll take it from him, and then just to extra sell the deception, Perrin will say in Draconic. I'm sure no one of your clan would have such dishonor.
Make a flat charisma roll.
Okay, and Perrin's just trying to be like, I know it's Draconic make, but I know Draconic. Draconic travels further than the Aesir lands. Hope this doesn't
Interesting.
backfire horrifically. I know it's terrible Draconic, but that doesn't
23.
matter for this.
You know
23.
what? In the last, like, few hours, with helping people, like, leave and picking up stuff and communicating, that would have originally been... no, it's not yours.
ever, but now it's actually coming out as good Draconic, you know? You're actually
I'm
a bit
picking
more
up
of
the
an urban
accents. There we
Dragonborn.
go.
Yeah. The accent's starting to go. Okay. Yeah. You may add to your sheet for now. Make a religion roll, because you're going to be better than this in Skith.
I mean, I've seen a literal representation of Saran Ray, so I've got to assume 18.
18. Let me pull up. This is a flowchart I'm pulling up right now. So
Which
that's the load.
sword
Oh.
did you give him?
The spark
It's not
blade.
the blade
The
that we got
Sparky.
off.
The spark blade.
Oh, isn't that one worth good money though?
It was worth some money.
I thought it was like 300 or something.
No, it's worth
It's
low
like a couple
four figures.
thousand. Oh, I thought it was
Yeah.
2,000.
Okay.
Yeah, low four figures.
Okay.
Yeah,
I thought it was
it's
a
a
couple
rough
thousand.
trade.
Don't
but-
worry. We got a clay model for it. No worries.
That statue is a representation of hope is eternal, which is kind of the art piece that it is derived from. It is a scene of religious imagery related to when the person who went on to eventually become Serenray was resurrected.
I didn't know that was a thing.
Well, apparently you were aware of it, but you are now more aware of it. That was
okay.
like 600 years ago or something.
I mean, that's still within the time of the towers.
Yeah, but remember, Dawn and Arroway abdicated and gave their towers over to Iomedae and Serenray.
Oh god, of course they did. All right. Okay. Yep.
Arroway's tower went to Serenray,
Right. Yep.
and Serenray was known as Serenray, and she was associated with hope.
Okay.
And it is generally known that scene effectively as Hope Springs Eternal in religious literature.
Right. And does this look like it's a religious magic focus sort of deal? Okay.
No, it's not a religious magic focus. It could potentially be, but it doesn't look like it. This looks like it's something... It looks breakable. It would potentially be something like a spell scroll or something.
Okay.
It would probably be a one-use magic item of some kind.
All right. Worth an identify when we get the time.
You'd probably have to use an identify. Yeah. You would say it would probably be a spell closely associated with Serenray or his domain.
Once we're
Which-
like,
May or may not require it to be on your spell list because it's not a scroll.
okay.
So it may actually have been worth similar to what the Spark Blade was worth.
Good. Once we're like, safely away from that guy, Perrin will optionally offer it to Skith. And be like, you can keep hold of it if you like. It seems like it might actually have a functional use. I thought we would just use it to, properly honor Anix's memory.
I just don't think he would prefer that it be smashed.
Definitely.
Something to remember him by, although I'm not one for mementos.
They can honor him by
I'll take it.
Yeah. Hand it over. They can honor him in the ways they know. We'll honor him in the way you would want to be.
Well, I appreciate the effort. He was not giving it over easily.
Thought it best to sell it that it wasn't held by a dragonborn at all, and so there was no dishonor to smash it for.
You're lucky he bought that story.
A little bit risky, that's true.
You're getting
we've made-
very good at lying, Perrin.
In the grand scheme of things, this one was relatively low stakes. Death probably wasn't on the line this time.
Yes, you had nearly convinced me that you were telling the truth, and I knew you were lying.
It's a useful skill to have, considering the kind of company we keep.
Yes. Just remember, do not lie to myself or Arena.
There is no need to.
Wonderful. It is not safe to worry about having the trust of another companion whose life you're protecting and also counting on to protect yourself. I don't think we will have that problem. I just like to speak my mind and make sure that all the contingencies are covered. If I say it out loud, then there's no reason for it to happen in the future.
As far as I've seen from the time knowing you, we're pretty well aligned on our, our approach to this whole mess.
Yes, but you could work on your fashion sense.
It's not been my primary concern.
Oh, it's fine, Perrin. We'll get you all dressed up. We have our fine clothes now that we're heading back to civilization soon. I cannot wait to get out of the sticky jungle.
It would be nice to stay in an inn again. It's been a while.
All out of rations, I've been eating random fruits and vegetables for days. It's disgusting.
On that note, they're leaving a lot of miscellaneous equipment behind. So if you want to find miscellaneous stuff like rations or rope, etc., a lot of that stuff just isn't worth them taking through the teleportation circle with them. So if you want to find that, make investigation.
My shopping
make
list.
investigation or survival rolls of your choice. Survival will be slightly easier. Just because investigation requires stuff to be labeled, and a lot of it's not well labeled. 14, good.
Ropes, rations, and I would like a few torches.
Okay.
That's on my list.
This is... I mean, a lot of the stuff was in the camp and destroyed, but you've got potions of water breathing, right?
Yeah, each
We
of us
do.
has one, and I have two.
Okay. If someone would like to spend one potion of water breathing with Skiff's 14 in investigation and the fact that his house are quite sea-based, he will quickly work out that most of the rations that were on land were destroyed. There are some around, but a lot that were on the ships or getting unloaded from the ships that got knocked into the sea are just abandoned. Anyone who wants to just use one potion of water breathing can go get a lot. Provided you are not over your carry weight, you can leave here with a crap ton of basic stuff. Torches, rope, rations. So if you want to mark off one potion of water breathing, provided it doesn't put you over your carry weight, and I guess you have a bag of holding, so technically, provided it doesn't put the bag of holding over the carry weight, you can just dump.
Is that worth the trade, though? Potions of water breathing are pretty expensive, right?
Alternatively, it'll be effectively athletics checks to see how much you can drag ashore.
Might be worth just doing that.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm done with athletics check. Or acrobatics, you mean? Or athletics?
Athletics, because it's water.
Okay.
I'd be the one for that.
I'm not
Quarterbot can
swimming.
go in and he doesn't drown or anything, so...
He wouldn't be able to make the option about like choosing which crate would be the best and which crate would be waterlogged or not. He isn't able to really make that decision. So
No,
it'd
but
have
he
to
can
be-
go with...
Yeah, oh yeah, he could
and,
go
like,
with, I
help
guess. Yeah,
carry.
that's true. Okay, yeah.
So maybe more like assisting him with the role.
Yeah, anyone who's got proficiency can roll with advantage then from Colbot helping.
With athletics? Okay, we'll do that.
And this is Skith directing, Perrin doing, Colbot, and then Arena kind of sorting as it comes to land.
25.
Yeah, okay. You have... And you
It
can...
sounds like me playing Minecraft, actually.
You can distribute this however you wish. How long is rope when you get it? Does it come in 100-foot lumps?
I think it's 50 foot.
Or 50. Yeah, it's like 60, 50.
Pretty sure it's 50.
I have a 50-foot hempen rope right now. I used to have two, but one of them got wrecked.
Okay.
I only had like 10 foot of rope left, and I'm sure it's gone. I don't remember grabbing it after we used it before.
You wanted rope, you wanted torches, you wanted rations. Does anyone have proficiency with cooking tools?
I do.
Yeah,
But
you'll
I
need
don't
to
need
you'll need to kind of dry the rations out a bit and stuff. So if you could give me a quick wisdom cooking tool roll, just to kind of dry them out and separate them from the good and the bad. This is a low DC, and I know you're going to ace it, but it just determines how many of these rations are going to be good and bad.
Okay. That is a cooking roll.
So wisdom cooks tools.
Ooh, I'm not the best with that. But we shall see what happens. 15.
15. Okay. Yeah, that'll be plenty of them. And Perrin, while you're underwater, make me a perception roll with disadvantage.
Oh, this is not going to do anything.
You're the one that's
It
underwater.
might.
8, surprisingly good considering.
You could have got a 12.
Sorry, you don't really notice anything particularly. Okay.
Just gonna
You also
totally
find
miss like a glinting, like, you know, mask of
Shiny
infinite
thing.
water breathing that's just chilling down there. And
I mean, I'll tell you because you're not going to go back and metagame it, but yeah, you missed the ship's lockbox.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's cool though. That there was there was a potential out there.
Oh yeah. They didn't manage to get everything from some of the ships that sunk, so and you rolled really well on like the investigations and stuff. I'm not gonna bother putting down arrows and bullets because you just don't use them anymore.
I have been holding arrows and bullets, but you think it's best just to not carry them?
Well, you just don't use them. You've got infinite now with your ring.
Yeah.
amongst the all the crap strewn about, is there a quill, ink, and parchment so that I can finally have those on my sheet?
Do you wish to go into one of the ships that sunk?
I'm imagining, like, this would be if there's any at the camp, like in the edges.
No, because those would have been in the people's tents or in people's stuff. They would have been inside the camp. They wouldn't have been outside the camp. Those things.
Okay, I'm not gonna like risk
Right.
dying in a half-sunk ship to get writing implements.
Okay. This is what you find of those things: 60 torches, 6 50-foot hemp rope, and 42 days rations.
I'm good on torches. I wouldn't mind taking some more rations.
I will take 4 torches more than I have.
And
Actually,
I would
tell a
like some
lie. You got 25 in the athletics. You probably get an entire crate of rations. So
Okay.
add 100 more rations.
You just want to split those by 3?
This
Oh, we
is
should get
army
some
surplus. An
I
entire
don't think
army's
we-
abandoning stuff. Like when America abandoned Iraq, they decided it wasn't worth bringing back reams of assault rifles and even full vehicles. This is kind of the same situation with there just being like, not worth us bringing back all of this mundane stuff. It's teleportation circles. It's not worth it.
I don't imagine we can carry all this. I can take like 14 rations to bring me up to 20.
Yeah, I'm gonna bring myself up to 20 as well. So
I have 0,
I'll
so
take 6.
I might need to check the carry weight rules.
Your sheet should tell you, I think.
Well, it says what it is how much weight I'm currently carrying, but I don't know how much weight I can carry.
Yeah.
I'll tell you, I think if you go over, add something that's like 999 and see what happens.
Yeah,
That'll
it'll
just
put you
mean
over.
that I'll be over. I won't know how much that is.
In which case, you'll know if you can go over or not, and then you're fine. Remember, you do have a bag of holding, and that can have like a lot in there.
That's true. We could totally just fill the bag of holding with rations. I am close to my carry weight. I think 20 rations is all I can reasonably carry.
I think I got 20, and mine's not red or anything, or...
Yeah, it says over carrying capacity in red under the weight if you've gone over it.
Yeah, I've got 20, and I'm at 89.5.
I'll
I
also
didn't take a
say
rope.
you get about 200 gold worth of salvage.
Do you have the weight for the rations as 2? But you might not be carrying as much stuff as Perrin is, because Perrin's carrying like a bunch of stuff.
Yeah,
I
I got
do
all
have
sorts
it
of crap
set
on
to
me.
2.
Really, I need to do a clear out.
Rations weigh 2 each.
Yep, they're 2 weight.
Yep.
Also, you have 200 gold worth of salvage. That's just like stuff that is like miscellaneous arms and armor, cloth, etc. Stuff that is of no use to you, but you could sell with a day's time in a city. So as soon as you have spare time in a city, you could just take that as gold, but you would need a day in a city. So if you want to put that on the party sheet, Bentham.
Sorry, what am I adding?
You're not.
Gold scrap.
200 gold worth of salvage. It's stuff
Okay.
that can be sold in a city with a day's worth of time, but at the moment it's just like miscellaneous arms and armor that's kind of broken and covered in seawater. I could list, a lot of different bits of arms and armor, but there's no point in just listing a whole load of stuff that you then sell individually and look up a lot of individual prices.
Yeah, it doesn't matter.
So treat it as bulk. Okay.
I definitely want to take one of the coils of rope, but I can't. I can't carry it with me currently. I think without being over encumbered. I realized I apparently don't have my silk rope anymore. I didn't realize I'd lost it, but it's marked as I don't have it.
There you go. I think it got used at some point.
I'll take one of the hempen ropes. So I just like having 2, because that's been a good
100 foot,
use.
yeah.
Yeah,
it's
because
a
I'm
good shout.
small and there's weird stuff that happens when I need ropes. So I find myself tying myself to things. Oh yeah, using some of the scraps for projects like crafting new items and stuff. Yeah.
I mean, it's mostly,
I need time.
basic
for that.
tier military, weapon, armor,
Yeah.
stuff like that. It's nothing
I
particularly
think for the
fancy.
things that people want, like I know Skith wants me to make him like some kind of jug.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to like go out and salvage some stuff.
To kind of then sort of
Yeah, sure.
involves some sort of water essence from
And, like
probably the plane of water or like a water elemental that somehow like something like that. 'Cause it's
Summon
basically
one.
tied to
Yeah.
it's tied directly to the plane of water. Okay, so that was said and done. Sleepy times. Do you want to do anything before you go to sleep? Is there any like legend loring you want to do, or are you just gonna go to sleep? Because I know you don't get all your charges back when you sleep with anything. So, and obviously you can then
someone
switch
should
in
use the
identify.
dream book when they sleep.
Oh, true.
I usually have it, but if someone else wants it, they can have it.
Okay. Yeah, it makes sense for you to have it. Just want to make sure that we remind that we're using it.
Yep, it's particularly relevant currently as we come down off a bunch of soul editing.
Yeah, exactly.
Do we want to use living a legend lore on anything? Don't. Can't think of anything.
I mean, there's always plenty of stuff to
there's
do, but
always stuff. But
it's whether we want to subject Skith to that at the moment. Because we can legend lore the name of the Herald of the Beast Tower. I don't think we've done that yet, right?
We haven't legend load a load of stuff. You could just hold off
There's-
for now because you don't
there's
get all
tons
your
we
charges
haven't,
back. So
and-
how many charges do you get back on a sleep?
I think it's per like a day, like a per day thing.
Yeah. Well, I write
let's
day.
see.
It's effectively a long rest.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah,
It's,
we're saying anything that
4 at dawn.
Cleaning
You
up
don't
my
get the full
items.
5. Yeah.
I'm at 7, so.
Oh,
So it'll
also
be
refund
minus
yourself the
1.
identify money, which was 100 gold.
okay, I'll add
Because
back 100 gold.
if you get identify on arena tonight when you sleep, you can identify everything in the morning, and that includes
Yeah,
the statue.
I will. Good point.
I mean, I can do it if we're gonna rest anyway. Like one time. I could also do it on the broken cube we found, the gravity cube thing. Well, I don't know. Does it have to be a legendary item for it to do it?
Legend lore. Legend lore doesn't even need to be an item. Doesn't even need to be in front of you,
Okay,
technically.
yeah.
Just helps.
Is it, you
But
could
bear in
just-
mind, you won't get all your charges back, so that is, something to keep in mind. But yeah, if you want to do it, you don't need to be an item. It can be any concept.
Name or describe a person, place, or object. Sir Gallant? The Empress?
We have a
those are
lot of
both good
stuff.
options. Probably the Empress
Yeah.
would be the more important, because any
Yeah, I would
understanding
agree.
of her origins would be very valuable.
I mean, it's going to be cryptic, but it might give us a clue or two.
Yeah, it might give us something.
If
That'd be
you
my
want to go
vote.
down that route, I need the exact description of the person and what you are going to give to the legend lore effectively to get the output. And then I'm going to have to look at the exact description of legend lore to see what I should be giving you.
Skips
Because-
has seen the lioness, but only from a significant different distance, I think. Oh, there was the one time we were fighting the giant zombie blob and she like flew over, I think, close-ish.
Yeah, and she like did like a weird
And he'll know plenty of her politically, remember, because she's been around for 50 years, Skiff's been around for 40.
It's
So he's
true.
grown up with, the Lemurian Empire being the boogey bear of the Ashir satrapy.
The more
She
information you
flies a
already
lot,
have about the
actually.
thing, the more precise and detailed the information you receive is. If it's not of legendary importance, you gain no information. It might consist of tales, forgotten stories, or even secret lore that has never been widely known. Brings to your mind a brief summary of the significant lore about the thing you named. So Arena could make a illusion of the Empress close up, so I could get a look.
Yeah,
when
I
That's
can
true.
make a little
Yeah.
illusion. I can do that for free.
So that I
Little
have a
cantrip.
really detailed.
The little tiny
I
3D render.
was preparing some handouts and stuff for the next arc with art of all the important people so I could make sure they popped out when we needed them.
Ooh,
I was gonna do the Empress. I already had some art earmarked, but I haven't done it yet because I didn't think this would be the thing. But okay, sure.
She's interesting.
Okay.
Yeah, let's.
Well, we
let's-
do wonder some things about her, so it might be interesting.
Yeah.
Perrin will just try and supplement what
Yeah.
he can in terms of information, like the lioness, also known as the Empress and founder of the Lumerian Empire.
And her whole going any history we know of battles and her going into the tower and not coming out for X amount of time.
Yeah.
All the little details that we know.
Okay.
And then
Perrin
even
will-
that
will
she gave
describe in as
Perrin a
much
little
detail.
glance.
Mm.
She looked through Perrin's soul and smiled or something. Your new waifu.
Yeah, in the zombie attack there was the time where she did the Captain Marvel entrance blowing up the airship and then I think briefly looked our way or something and then there was the time where we were fighting the big blob and she just flew over and bombed the whole place, killed half the people there.
After the zombie, she cleaned some of the zombies up. She came and she saw you and looked at you. I believe it was.
Yeah. Oh, and Perrin will mention
Yeah.
the time that we met the lioness after the Battle of Andorra, because I believe she briefly spoke to us directly there.
Where you stole a locket of her hair, which we're also going to use for for legend lore, DNA scan.
We were like level 3 back then. We would have been
We did
slaughtered.
not take her hair. Yeah.
Did you not search the battlefield with your perception for a single
I
strand
guess
of
my
hair?
flat perception. My 0 perception.
I would like to
Okay.
investigate and look for skin cells, please.
Okay. This is. So we're going down a route I really did not think was going to happen until midway through next arc, but sure. So,
Ooh. All right.
you give me the description. You give the cloak the description that Arena illusions up. So Arena, make a memory check. So that'll be flat int.
$14.
Okay. So it's a pretty good illusion. It's from memory. The last time you saw her was a few months ago. It's not too bad. She does
And I saw her
she
in
does
Andorra.
stick.
She looks like
True.
a badass. In
Dora
this
was
movie.
even more months ago though, but yes,
Yeah.
but she does notably stick in the memory, more so than most people. Okay. And then you mention everything that's happened, everything you know of her. Do you mention anything else? Do you mention everything that you know she's been at, etc.? You mention her
The
going
tower.
into the tower, etc.
Yeah, Per mentions that she
The
went into the tower
the
and
village.
went into the tower. It was there for a long time. That she was there at the liberation, if you would call it that, of Andorra with the chosen knights. She spoke to us. She granted us passage through the teleport circle.
Tower she came out of had a broken door at the bottom,
Yep.
leading into the what we assume is the Herald Room.
Okay.
I just try and communicate everything that I know and have seen about the Empress to Skith.
And Arena will share in that.
I begin floating like a Buddha in the air, images swirling around my brain.
And I'm just like making a little illusion in front of you.
I'm just
Kate
pacing
billowing.
around the scene, just
And it consists of current
Telling
tales,
stories.
forgotten stories, or even secret lore that has never been widely known. If the thing you named isn't of legendary importance, you gain no information. The more info you have about the thing, the more precise and detailed the info. So you don't have much info, so this won't be precise. It won't be detailed. But I think you satisfied all the other criteria. Okay.
I'll use the cape of billowing under my other cape, so it extra billows.
Okay, so at night, as you're settling in for bed, you take the time, you discuss this with everyone, and for about an hour, you go over everything you know. Perrin talks about at length how the Lioness attacked his city, how they couldn't stand against the Marin Empire, but most importantly, couldn't stand against Lioness. Arena talks about how they met her in Andorra and how she was both powerful but also a powerful figure and presence. How she almost overpowered everyone with... Wait, Sir Gallant was there. How did I forget that? That her presence was so overpowering, she momentarily forgot Sir Gallant was there. Strange. And then that moment that she caught Perrin's eye and then didn't fireball Perrin. She took on an airship, seemingly without too much difficulty. And you add to that your own knowledge of the politics of the situation between the Ashir Satrapy and the Lamaran Empire, how the Ashir Satrapy has been expansionist for quite a while, trying to resurrect the old empire that existed beforehand, the Dominion, and really has only started to be stymied because of the rise of the Marin Empire, and the situation on the continent has gone from being a lot of small warring factions where the Ashir Satrapy thought it could take over to now being 3 bigger factions, potentially 4, depending on if you count the situation over in Starthrone. And the Ashir Satrapy has found itself more isolated because of that. The Empress being effectively a catalyst for it to become much more fraught. And so you cast this out to the cloak, and the cloak spans, stars swirl, 5 of them glimmer, coming out and beginning to pinwheel around. And that voice plays through your head. Nine. Okay. You're going to heal that damage anyway, so I wouldn't worry about it. To roll it just in case. A lion who thought at the very dawn. A daughter of the sun. She grew close to the growth of civilization and took the side of Erithus. In her tower for many years, Zariel has now reappeared. Manipulated by another, she is a falling one. She has a nemesis. She knows it not. The path to tyranny is a long one. The herald of the ruined pillar will be ruinous. For one.
Got goosebumps.
Man, a lot of what we thought is true. That's
Confirmed.
cool. Confirmation.
Theories confirmed. She was totally the Herald the whole time.
Yeah.
Dang, she's out messing shit up right now, man.
That was the theory that I was all over. Perrin did not think of this.
Hey, Perrin. How you doing? Well, I guess Skith hasn't told you yet, but let's... 1 minute. Okay, Skith. The voice recedes. Cloak collapses, and again, you find yourself in a very mundane tent. That voice that resonates, very fiber of your being, now absent. The colors gone. And that image that I will now post into our Cast Ascension chat. I will post some images because these are the ones that are inspiration for the character.
Ooh.
So she like betrayed. She took air. Wait, is that Erithus's tower?
No, she took the side of Erithus.
The ruined
Yeah,
pillar
so
is
she-
Erithus's tower.
Yeah, yeah. That's why she's there.
Ah, this is the one that I really wanted.
So she's the daughter of the sun, though, which means she's what, Sarenrae's daughter, but she took Erithus's side, like betrayed her.
Feel free to make a religion roll.
that last image is kind of very bang on.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's really cool. That's how I imagined her, just like hot badass.
Oh yeah.
For those
Oh, yeah,
watching, it's
16.
basically like metal armor
Like
and
phoenix
golden wings.
Yeah,
And swords. 2 swords. 1 in each hand.
In
looking like a badass.
Serenray is now the goddess of the sun, but she took over 600 years ago from Dawn, who has been the god of the sun since, as far as you're aware, forever before. You're not sure beyond that, but Dawn was god of the sun before that. However, you've got an inkling that there's some history with Dawn and Erithis. You're not sure what it is, but there is some sort of history there.
I don't think we've encountered it personally.
You do know, however, that Perrin being very attached to Erithis might know more.
Yeah. This is cool. That's a lot of cool. That's cool lore.
Yeah,
So-
I've been hanging on to this one for a while.
What does Skith say?
Well, are we all?
My ears are
together
like
still?
my ear holes are bleeding. It's like, just
Little
give
bit.
me a minute. Give me a moment. I feel sick.
I will inject you with a. I still have one. I have more of those. so-
Alrighty then. Okay.
Oh
let's
boy!
see. That's rather potent. Something the Herald of the Tower. Zariel the Sun. No. Oh, let me try to remember the exact phrase.
Perrin, religion check.
It's coming back to me.
Okay.
Actually, this could be a religion or just an int check. It could
Um,
also be it has to be someone who can
I'm
speak
gonna do
Elvish for the
religion.
int.
I'm gonna do religion.
Okay.
Got
Get 11
proficiency.
healing.
21.
This is just the name. Zariel. Hey, I'm just assuming that for this purpose, Elvish is going to serve the same purpose as Latin in terms of, whatever religion, languages. Anyway, Zariel means lion, lioness. So the name Zariel would probably be her true name. The lioness would be a rough translation and her honorific.
Okay,
her
so
actual
yeah,
name would be
Perrin-
something like, Serenos is Serenos the hunter. She would be Zariel the lioness.
Can I roll religion too? I personally, like me, Maggie, know a lot about Zariel, so I don't want to like.
Sure. I mean, this is
Say
a
anything
different reality from the plain D&D reality, but feel free to roll religion.
Oh, okay.
The great thing for me is I know almost nothing about D&D gods.
I just don't want to make assumptions.
Same.
So
Mostly.
remember that this is 800
Yeah,
years
20.
divorced from a lot of active deities walking around and stuff. And you are very focused on one particular aspect, which is a lot newer. Zariel was a particular champion. She was an angel, as far as you're aware, of Erithis. That's where you would know the name. She was quite martial.
I'll share that. It's like I like that we're all kind of like putting in pieces together. It's a good puzzle.
Man, now that the heralds are definitely playing roles in world shaping matters, it's kind of like the gods are interfering, but it's not themselves, it's their like chosen like warrior herald kind of deal, since they're getting out and they can't really stop them without breaking the divine ban. So it's like they're representatives. Like if shit starts breaking loose, they they could still like fight each other, and I don't know, kind of
Arena will
implications.
But who do you think is manipulating her then?
I don't know. Sometimes the information can be rather vague. Maybe in a few more weeks we can try again, and the more we know, the more that seems to be revealed.
So she didn't kill the Herald. She was the Herald.
She is the Herald.
I would think she's not was. She is the Herald.
I suppose is, yes. She's been, what, corrupted?
And now we already know that they can leave the towers. So
Seems she left for good.
Aaron, by the way, since you did a religion roll 21, Dawn and Earthis used to be vaguely involved.
Involved?
Yeah, as much as gods have that. There was eventually a parting, however. Earthis went a different way. Dawn went a different way.
Did Skith mention the daughter of the sun part?
Yeah, I would get it all
Okay.
out, but maybe just in different order than what, as I remember each piece.
Yeah, Perrin starts pacing and is like, daughter of the sun. No.
what are you thinking?
I think she's the daughter of Erithis and Dorn?
Wow.
Is Saranray's goddess of the sun now, but that's only since after the cataclysm. The heralds must have been established before. It has to be Dorn.
Well, I did have plans to take her as my wife, but I think those have been disrailed.
Rena just looks at him like, what?
If she's a herald, then her power is in all likelihood beyond that of level 20. That explains why it was so easy for her to take control of the Lemurian Empire.
I mean, she did look really cool when we saw her in Andorra, and then against the zombies. It was spectacular. But
Now you just need to get your little rebellion their own herald, and then you'll stand a chance, Perrin.
she was willing to kill her own people.
Are they her people, or are they just tools?
Whatever force is driving her, it's not just the influence of Erithis. She would invade Erithis' own city in order... It doesn't make sense. She's corrupted, possibly by... But then...
The one with lots of bad names.
Then why did she come to Andorra?
And who is this nemesis that...
Well, we know why she
spoken
came
of.
there. There's something in that vault. And there's the map.
But if she hadn't come at all, there was a solid chance the survivor would have killed us and taken the temple anyway. If the lioness was part of the New Dawn, which is sort of what it looks like it could be in a way,
What if she's not?
we have to hope she isn't. But then, who is she serving?
I think that is the right question to be asked.
She wanted
But
the vault
perhaps
for
tonight
herself.
is not the night we will have an answer.
And Rena will like snuggle up in Corvid bot like she always does. He makes a little wing nest.
She wanted the vault for herself, but not the rest of the New Dawn, whether she's part of it or not. She had her own purposes. Why does she need an empire?
Well, you can ask her next time we see her. I'm going to get some sleep.
That sounds like a real good way to die. We could try and use the cloak more, maybe.
It was just a joke, Perrin. He rolls over.
Very sensitive about everything in the near dirt lands. You will find Skeeth.
Yes, I realize this. Perhaps I was the bearer of bad news, but at least we know more now.
But for good reason. He has been through many things.
He has a nemesis she does not know.
And if she doesn't know she's being manipulated, and she thinks she's working for someone, maybe that someone has a nemesis, and she's now part of it, and she doesn't know she's part of it. It's a whole triangle.
I don't like the implication that even the lioness is a pawn in some larger game. What chance do we have?
The real question is, if she's someone's pawn, who is the one that is playing the chess pieces?
Well, if we find them, I'll beat them at chess.
Marina just kind of like, sure, Skip. Because she doesn't hide her emotions very well.
I think you should be more worried about the Raven Queen at the moment. All of this other information, we can sleep on it. But we are needed elsewhere, and then we must go to the satrapy.
The Raven Queen haven't contacted yet. They're going to contact you in the morning. We're doing
Oh.
time
All
shenanigans.
right. I thought we were.
No, this is the night
Sleeping to
before, so
leave.
you'll get 4 charges back, so your cloak will be down 1 charge in the morning.
This conversation is completely irrelevant then.
You go.
I mean, we know that something's happening in Vahira. We just don't know that there's something happening now.
I mean, you know the contents of your several days ago dream, and
Yeah.
Yeah. But right now, our plan is to like go to where Skith's family is. That's our
Well,
current
you
plan
did get
in-
told, please don't come immediately. We need time to sort things out politically. If you come now,
Okay, so we
It'll
did
be-
get that part.
yeah, you definitely got told that
Yeah.
part because
So
it will be very politically difficult for them if you come over at the same time as they go back going, yeah, we just got the most trusted parts of our house killed and we can't really talk about it because if we do, we have to admit that we
Okay.
were doing something we're not meant to.
then we could go talk about that conversation, but like in a little different context if you wanted, Skith.
Yeah, but it wasn't like they lost. Like one of their own people from another satrapy is the one who came and messed them up, which is, I know it wasn't sanctioned, but
It's effectively,
Come
it's a
on.
free-for-all zone. So,
yeah.
but then you have to admit that, yeah, we could easily get
Yeah.
wiped out by one dude. And then that's just down to power. And then that's the whole draconic thing of power. And it makes them look weak.
Never send a simulacrum to do a wizard's job. I mean, they did a good enough job. Whatever.
It's
I need
disrespectful.
this.
It's dishonorable. But it is very
I need this.
effective.
Well, by destroying the simulacrum, and capturing the magical items it carried, you probably deprived Saravel somewhere between 10 and 30 grand worth of time and training in magical items and equipment.
It's nice.
Oh, good. We put a little, like a little scratch on his golden urn. Like,
In fairness, that is somewhere between. That's a decent percentage of like the cost of a legendary item. You know.
I mean, if you look at a
Okay.
golden urn with a scratch on it, first thing you notice is the scratch.
yeah, I mean, you got to start somewhere to tarnish
I
it.
noticed that it's a golden urn.
Well, okay. Initially, you're like, it's a golden urn, and then immediately you're like, with a scratch on it.
That's all that's on it.
But in a lineup of golden urns, it is the golden urn with the scratch.
Mm.
There you go.
You just need another golden urn.
Oh yeah, we got that super rare tome. I forgot about that.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Are either of you going to use that, or are you going to
book.
sell it?
Oh yeah, the tome of doing a.
I will
Cool.
100%
Free
use
ability.
it if Perrin doesn't want
Yeah.
to use it. 'cause
Effectively, it
there
would give
is-
Arena a opportunity attack with her gun.
There was.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Like,
there was
why
one thing in
not?
there that was good for me. I think I can't remember.
But
It was
if
if I'm
pa-
using a heavy
I-
weapon, I can do something awesome.
I was saying
You get
it
bonus
makes
slashing
sense
damage
for
on
Perrin
clicks,
to
I think.
have it because the options on there seem way more beneficial to him. But if he's not going to use it,
If-
hell yeah, I will
I
use
think
that.
if I get a heavy weapon, then I think the ability like.
You are using a heavy weapon. You
Like-
do realize that.
Wait, is it heavy? couldn't remember. It's a longsword. I can't remember if longswords. are
Oh,
actually
right.
heavy or
No,
not.
sorry. Longswords aren't. You're right.
Yeah.
Two-handeds are, but the longsword is a stopgap. So
So if I got a hold of a greatsword again or some other heavy weapon, then I think it applies every hit or something.
oh, well, double check it. But it isn't recharged yet. It will be recharged in a few days to a few weeks. But then it will take a couple
That's
of days.
true.
of
It's
reading,
not actually ready
and then-
yet, so we
yeah.
just keep hold of it for now.
So, you wish to sleep?
Let's sleep.
You sleep.
Perrin might struggle to
Yeah.
get to sleep with all the things going around in his head now, but eventually.
Question though, real quick. You mentioned we might have some downtime at some point. Can you learn another tool proficiency during that?
Yep.
Like,
Just like a skill.
okay. I think okay. Second part of my question: the boon that I got, where I can imbibe stuff, where I don't get poisoned, does that stop me from being able to get drunk?
Yep.
I
Yeah.
can't get drunk ever anymore.
Oh no.
Oh, look how sad he looks. We're gonna go to a tavern. He's gonna try to
That
get
is
wasted,
so
and he's
messed
gonna
up.
be like, "What is happening? I'm trying to forget
I
this
was
memory."
gonna pick up brewing as my next.
By
I
the
was
way,
gonna pick up brewing and make my own barrels for like casks
Cobalt,
and
I have blueprints for a never-ending glass of alcohol as well.
I'm so upset. Well, I can.
You've got the
you know
beginning
what?
of blueprints. You were going the wrong route and accidentally
Yeah,
made the
but
very beginning of
to
the
make
blueprints.
you not
Oh,
yeah.
not be
That
alcoholic.
might actually be perfect though, because I can make alcohol and give it to somebody that I'm trying to sway, and I can drink as much as I
Mm.
want, and I'm gonna
There
be
we go.
stone-faced sober, and they're
Or
gonna
if they
be.
try to
like
poison
the equivalent
you.
of like this place is Russia, where all negotiations are done with like 90% vodka, and just be like downing it all the time, and everyone's
No.
like, "Why are
Co-
you not?" And you're just like, "I'm okay."
Cobalt, even
Yeah.
better. You can get someone to do a drinking contest with you,
contests.
or if someone tries to poison you, they're gonna be like, "What the fuck?"
I'm gonna
Why are
make
you doing
our own team branded drink called Dragon Punch. It's gonna literally
Yes.
be Dragon
Oh
Punch,
my
but the drink
gosh.
is like, you heard of
There you
Dragon
go.
Punch?
Get,
we need to
get
work with
brewer's
a
tools,
drink company.
brewer's tools, and
Hell yeah,
then
Mass produce
you
it.
need bits of dragons, and then you
Oh,
make an actual
God.
punch based
Dragon
on
blood.
bits of dragons.
Dragon
Fermented
fruit
dragon
with the
blood.
dragon
fruit.
bits.
Dragon fruit, yeah.
dragon blood, dragon punch.
Blood. Okay.
That's it.
No big
Really
deal.
It gives you the strength of dragons.
Involving
Mm.
components of dragons would make it very expensive.
No, but it also then we could also be like, okay, when you make it and you do the checks in your downtime to make it and stuff, then it could also be an actual potion that you could then drink and it would give you a magical
Oh.
effect.
I
Okay.
mean, yeah, they could. You
Instead
could
of
make
like, you know how
magical
Red Bull
brews
gives
as
you
well.
wings, it's like it gives you
Yeah.
it gives you strength.
Dragon
You
punch
can
gives
belch
you
a
dragon
fireball,
punches.
or- There you go. Don't forget your dragon punch, Perrin. We got to get you,
Yeah.
illusion of you drinking it before this battle, so we can.
And there
Play
you
it
go. You
later.
go out and market it. Like the Chosen Knight's probably a
Yeah.
whole
Oh,
load
Oh
of
yeah,
stuff.
it's like a potion when you
Oh,
drink it,
no.
like plays an ad.
Yeah.
Oh yes.
Like the Chosen
Oh,
Knights have
Dragon
Chosen
Punch.
beer. Have you not been to
Actually-
one of the inns? They're like, have you had Chosen beer? Are you chosen for the Chosen beer? You're not chosen enough.
It
Try
wouldn't
Ooh,
Chosen
Dragon
beer.
Punch gives you fire.
It wouldn't
I
be
like
too
that.
bad because you
Oh.
could just have it be when you drink Dragon Punch, it just goes Dragon Punch, and then everyone's like, "That's actually cool." It's technically an advertisement, but it also sounds cool.
Yeah, but that's the common version, which doesn't actually contain any bits of dragons. It just contains dragon fruit. And then there's a rare version which actually contains bits of dragons, and that actually does give you the strength of dragons.
Okay,
Limited
yeah.
summer edition.
Limited
Anyway.
summer.
Anyway, sorry, but that's my plan.
Every
now,
time
Okay.
we kill a dragon, we produce another batch of the limited edition Dragon Punch out of its blood.
So
God.
so dumb.
I need everyone to make me charisma saving throws.
Oh,
Oh, okay.
just flat.
Just flat. You don't count as within Perrin's aura because this is within your sleep.
I rolled
Oh
so
no!
poorly,
I rolled
actually.
a 4.
Okay, Arena,
Me
you sleep
too.
terribly.
I know.
30.
30.
Okay.
30. What
Arena,
the heck, Perrin?
You sleep terribly. You have this. Who is the dream book? Is it still Perrin?
It
You
is.
didn't
Yeah,
designate.
Yes.
Perrin.
Assume it's Perrin. Okay, in which case, this is interesting. You sleep terribly, Arena. You have this kind of impending doom feeling, and throughout the night, you have like cold sweat. It's just something is wrong. Perrin.
Yeah, I have 4 charisma plus proficiency in charisma plus my aura, which is based on charisma. My charisma is boosting my charisma.
How are you more charismatic than me?
It's only saves, really.
Only
He's
saves.
so jealous. He's
Okay.
like-
Yeah, I get plus 12 in saves. For normal charisma rolls, if I have proficiency, I get plus 8.
Okay,
mean,
it's
got
partial
you beat by
paladin.
one.
More warlock now than paladin, though.
Perrin. Kind of finding yourself again, kind of trapped, isolated, not breathe, can't, just not breathing. Slightly different.
Just don't
Chest
need
isn't
to
rising
breathe.
or falling. You just don't need to breathe. An unusual feeling. You feel cold, but not cold as in bad feeling, just that's normal. You also feel fraying at the edges, like something is pulling at you. You look down, your armor, old. Haven't worn in ages. Like they tried to kill you, you still hold on. Wisps curl out from the edges, and you steel yourself and curls the wisps back into the armor. You struggle to maintain your form. The wound near your heart, you can feel as a hole. Painful. Survived before. Survived this time. Survive. Night.
What was that?
You'll survive tonight. And then
Get out of her head.
and you awake.
Does that get out of her head?
Yes.
And then yeah, I'm just like, huh. And like, get my bearings. And I'm gonna go straight for the dream book and open it to the latest entry and reread what I just experienced to see if there's
I
anything.
need you to roll me a d20
Oh. Okay.
because that psychic backlash went straight into the
Ooh.
dream journal.
Oh.
Two. As you
Two.
wake up, there is a billow of paper around you, which is on fire. The dream journal isn't intended to take that. It is a cheap magical item designed to be mass produced. It is currently in pieces as it has exploded.
I
Not enough to
attempt,
cause any damage to anyone.
I attempt to rescue. I like put out the fire and rescue what pages of it I can.
Okay, do you have any way of like doing so?
I mean, I imagine I have
Do
a
any of us
blanket of
wake
some
up?
kind, so I will
If the-
smother anything that is currently on
Make
fire.
perception roll, you and Skieth disadvantage.
Yeah, I'm assuming I'd be disadvantaged because I'm having a nightmare or whatever. Oh, nat 1. I love that for me. It makes sense. I'm having a horrible nightmare. It's awful.
Yep, you're locked in your nightmare because of what's going on, and Skieth with a 5. You aren't locked in a nightmare. 5 was kind of the minimum. It isn't super hard, so you do wake up.
Oh. What is Baron? Why do I smell smoke?
Can you put out fire? Careful with water, though. We don't want to ruin the paper.
No, I make fire, Baron.
I'm just gonna, like, try it. I'm smothering some of the papers. I'm, like, patting other papers. I'm stamping on other papers.
I'll
Baron, make
roll
a
over and
dexterity
I'll
roll.
Oh, no.
I'll dump my flask of water out and I'll cantrip my little surfer man to run and start jumping on the papers or whatever.
8.
That was a dex save. It was the same.
Oh,
actually,
so-
no, actually, it's worse. It would actually be a 4 for a
4.
base dex roll.
You set more of them on fire. Okay, Skith, roll me an int roll since that is your... sorry, a charisma roll since that's your spellcasting stat.
Okay.
12. You try and get the water to dance around. Unfortunately, Perrin seems intent of like knocking them out the way of the water, and most of the pages have caught fire and smoldered before you've managed to put most of them out. You do save some of them. Most of them that are saved are pretty waterlogged. But yeah, most of the dream journal is gone. You may remove that from your sheet.
You should
Damn
get
it.
the upgraded version of that, not the tourist trash.
It worked fine before. Well, mostly. There were some missing pages.
Anything under 1,000 gold is pretty worthless.
I heard a voice. It said, "Get out of her head." Did I recognize the voice? Because there's a voice I've heard before a couple times.
It sounded like that element of Tharizdun you've heard before.
I think it was him saying it.
You mean... Oh, right. Wait, whose head were you in?
I don't know. But apparently he does. And it's a her. And they're trapped. The visions I had before, I usually thought they were old historical events, but this one, it seems like it was something I was tuning into, and then
You sure you
was
just
aware.
weren't having a nightmare?
I gesture around us at the fragments
right,
of Dream
yes.
Book.
Yes, that's... Oh,
I've
what could have caused that?
had powerful forces interfere with my dreams before, and the worst they've ever done is rip out a page. Nothing has ever destroyed the book, or even come close.
Not even your strange sword?
All the sword could do was rip the page of the night in question. I think all the other times it's been echoes of ancient visions or something subtle enough to not matter, but this time I got close enough to something that he noticed and retaliated. Someone is trapped. And he's not happy about it, I assume.
How
Or
are you able
he
to...
is.
How are you able to... project yourself into her head? Clearly, there is a force that is trying to repel you. Are you doing it alone? What is causing that?
I mean, I don't think I'm doing anything intentional, but it's like what happened to you. You found yourself in Vihiraras. You...
Could it be Erithis giving you these visions, or perhaps some sort of link because of your recent towers and soul alteration?
I think it's...
I'm not sure what the cause could be.
We're all being affected in different ways. I think it's the stretching of the souls. It's... I don't know how exactly it's working, but it's giving us access to this stuff. Things that we're not meant to see.
Well, please do your best to not draw more negative attention to us. We have a growing list of concerns. My anxiety, every day it becomes more of a burden.
We just need to
Perrin,
stay
also
out
make
of...
me a Constitution saving throw.
Okay. I rolled off a nat 20 to a dirty 20.
Ah, plenty fine. You've got like a mild headache.
Okay. I didn't do it intentionally. We just put our souls under a lot of strain. It's just happening to us. It'll fade over time, but if we go in a tower again, it'll get worse. But then perhaps there's a value to it getting worse. Seems like the stronger the effect, the more we're able to see. It can't be good for us, but it might allow us to learn something.
Well, I don't know about the elasticity of a soul, but with rubber, when you stretch it enough, it does snap. Everything has its limits.
Hopefully we'll see Rendry again soon. Something worth talking to him about.
Ah, I do miss my dear old friend. And that tea.
She was wearing old armor, and she was stabbed through the heart, or near.
Yet she lived.
Yes, but she was trapped in nothingness. With some sort of tendrils attacking her, I think.
I don't know many creatures that could live after being pierced through the heart.
If it's someone that he's concerned with, it could be an old god. Or a primordial. Something from the Dawn War. If it's old by their perception.
Well, there is one name that I would prefer not to cast legend lore on, and that is the one we do not speak.
That one would be dangerous.
I fear it might draw more unwanted attention to us if I were to go digging. Seems that they've already taken quite an interest in our party. Probably because you had something to do with unshackling it, but that is neither here nor there. It was a mistake and an accident.
It seems like they interfered, poked us in the right direction. Hard to say how much they did, but it seems like the plan was always for me to run him through. Or perhaps in the early days, Gatton, he wielded the sword originally.
While this has been going on, do you want to be doing the identify arena on the items?
Yeah.
Was
Well,
she
I
still
was
sleeping?
sleeping. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
I assume you woke her up to avoid the fire hazard in the end.
Oh,
Okay,
Yeah,
you don't have
suppose
to.
okay. Yeah, that's
And,
yeah,
and
that's sure.
were we rested enough? Did it count? Or
She
I guess we
wasn't
can-
talking
Yeah,
though.
that would have been at the end of your rest, yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah, we'll wake
Yeah,
up.
that's why I wasn't partaking in the conversations. 'Cause,
Sorry,
like,
yeah.
I was sleeping.
My bad. But yeah. You are woken up then by everyone being like, oh yeah, arena's in, like, you wake up, you have a cold sweat. You only vaguely remember whatever it was, but again, it was another dream about just foreboding something.
Yeah, so-
Yeah.
Once Arena's awake, Perrin's like, there was an incident, and I just gesture at the like half-burned, half-waterlogged paper scattered around.
Yeah. The most obvious bit
What's
is the
happening?
cover is still there, like the cover's there, and then all the pieces are kind of put in and there's kind of wet.
Just loose
Arena will-
sheets now.
Try to assist. I don't think I can like mend the papers and stuff because they're not mundane, right? It's like magical.
It was a magical item, yes. Bear in mind that also mending paper does mend the paper, but it also removes the ink. That's the
Oh.
downside of the mending cantrip.
Ah.
It removes ink.
Interesting.
Perrin will look around and see if he can find the page about the most recent dream, if it exists, but the likelihood is that if the explosion
roll
originated from
Pretty
that page.
poorly, and that was the most recent. Roll d20. You'll need a 19 or a 20.
Alright. 10.
Go on. With your memory, then.
Perrin will describe to Arena what he saw, the fact that they were trapped, they were wearing armor from a long time ago, they were stabbed through the heart, there was something about tendrils, and that Tharizdun spoke to him and said, "Get out of her head."
We need a code name for him.
Perrin. Describing stuff to other people, what stat would that be? I really think that would be kind of like a wisdom, right? You got to describe it in a way they'll understand. Maybe it could be charisma.
It'd be nice if it was charisma.
Charisma?
Okay, roll
Charisma
charisma.
makes sense because that's what we've used for like,
Arena,
persuading, telling.
roll history.
Ooh, history. Okay.
18. Rolled off a 20 again. Keeps
Describe it
rolling
very
off a
well.
20.
12.
Ooh.
Oof, I rolled bad. I have a +9 to that and rolled. Got a 12.
You can settle for 12.
Oh, you're right. I can do other. We're starting off the day with using a flash of genius. You know that works. Yeah, I use it.
17. Okay. Yeah, this is normally quite hard. This is quite specific, but for you again, the DC is lower. This is very specific too. You, the Dead Cities. He describes it, and then you specifically start asking about the armor. You're an artificer, armor. You're an armorer, a battle master, and the armor itself is something you recognize. The style of the armor specifically. This is full plate. That is not full plate, but a mostly full plate. It kind of stops around the knee, goes down most of the thigh, then wear a cap over the knee, and then doesn't go down beyond that. Also doesn't really include a helmet, which is odd. Most people wear helmets. There's only a few exceptions to that. And you're like, I recognize one of the exceptions immediately. And it immediately comes to mind for you. Most vampires do not wear helmets because they have very strong charm abilities, which require them to see their target and the target to be able to see them properly. And the armor, the style of it with the red trimming, was specific to the vampires who ran Vihiras and surrounding area circa about 300 years ago.
I was thinking vampire when he was talking about him like feeling like he's doesn't have to breathe. So I was going down that line already personally, but that's cool.
I
You also
was
do
just
know
thinking I was in
vampires
some
can turn
weird
into
plane.
mist.
I was thinking I was in some weird plane where there's no oxygen.
Is
Vampires
there
can turn to
anything
mist.
else?
They don't have body heat. The way to kill a vampire can involve staking it through the heart with wood. All that stuff kind of vaguely is the close stuff to what Perrin has mentioned.
Okay, I think Arena's additions to it then. She shares that information.
So there's a vampire lady who's trapped in recent time, and that's who he doesn't
Well, it
want
makes
people
sense.
messing with.
Remember the sword that you had? It was granted to vampire lords.
Yes, but in the end, there weren't any trapped in it. If there were, they'd be free now or dead.
No, they would wield the weapon.
Well, Golthius was presumably in the sword at one point, but then leaked out.
I mentioned someone put him in there.
They would wield it, but then why would he care about them? Their purpose was to unwittingly maintain the sword's power. I suppose you might want to get into one of their heads to take control of the sword for yourself, but why would you care about them after the fact? And why would they end up trapped? Does he want them free, or does he need them to remain trapped?
At this point, you finish your ritual for identification on that statue.
Okay.
When used, it casts Aura of Life. So you cast Aura of Life. You do not need to have it on your spell list. You do not even need to be a spellcaster, but you do need to be someone who is worthy of casting it in the eyes of Sarenrae.
Cobalt, you can make a note of that.
Yep.
On your icon.
Aura of Life.
Is this one time? you
One
can
time
cast
use.
it? Okay.
Oh yeah, make a note of that one to use.
30-foot radius from you, concentration verbal only, up to 10 minutes. Until the spell ends, the aura moves with you, centered on you. Each non-hostile creature in the area, including you, has resistance to necrotic damage, and its hit point maximum cannot be reduced. In addition, a non-hostile living creature regains 1 hit point whenever it starts its turn in the aura with 0 hit points. It's effectively
Sounds like
an
a-
anti-undead, like anti-vampire,
Yeah, it's
raise dead, reduce maximum hit point kind of effect.
yeah, I'd never bothered taking it on my own sheet, but it's nice to have.
It is a level 4 spell as well.
Yeah, like if you
Spell
actually
scroll of that is worth it.
Yeah,
And the spell scroll only allows casters who can have it on their spell list to use it. This can be used by anyone, with the proviso that you have to be worthy of using it in the eyes of the goddess.
it's very specific, but in the one situation where it would be great, it would be real great.
Yep. That could change a whole fight.
Hmm.
You also finish the identify on all the other items.
When he was describing the armor, did it remind me of what the survivor was wearing?
Make an
Or
int roll.
not? There's a
Got
lot
some
of
memory.
thoughts going on in my mind right now.
Yep. Like there's
15.
I've been handed a new puzzle piece and I don't know how it fits, and we're just like mashing it into different parts of the jigsaw.
No. But
Okay.
Survivor's armor, when you saw her last, didn't look particularly good. It didn't look particularly special. It was armor made of bones that had some sort of vague magical property probably imbued in it, blah, blah, blah. This armor has historic and possibly ceremonial sentimental value. That armor then would have been potentially of maybe necromantically can be summoned or something. Maybe how they got to Andorra, they couldn't bring a much obvious and bulky plate or something like that. Perhaps. But that armor then was a very different type. But it was similar in that it was a equivalent of plate armor for the purposes of D&D.
Secondary question that's like kind of out there. Does it make sense that the vampires allowed the Raven Queen to go into that tower?
Raven Queen really hates vampires. The Raven
Yeah.
Queen has 2 tiers of hatred. One tier of hatred is for just undead in general, but there are exceptions.
Because they
She makes
allowed her to
exceptions
go into
certain
that
things.
tower, and I'm like,
They don't really allow her.
There was no like, they snuck in. I think they fought
Or
guards to
something.
get in.
She just, yeah, okay.
And it wasn't the Raven Queen at the time.
It's
it was
one of the
just
questions
some
that I have
people.
on here is because like vampires allowed her into the tower. I have it like kind of question mark in quotes. So I'm like, what?
Maybe
Something.
you have no information.
I
on
think
that,
there's
but
some
feel free to
tie here,
conjecture
but
about
I'm
it.
not
We
sure
don't
what
know
it is.
that the vampires allowed them into the tower. It could be something that happened.
Okay. I've just more questions, but yeah.
I mean, does Arena bring up the survivor?
Yeah. Sure.
Yeah, Arena will be like, it's possible. It could be that. As far as we were aware, the survivor got away in Andorra, but that might not be the case. She could have been
It
defeated,
sounds like the
imprisoned.
armor is a bit different, so maybe not her. But then who?
It's at this point, Arena. There is a hand on your shoulder. Let me just double check this. No, I'm sorry, but you're in a demi-plane right now, so this has to be more forceful because it's a slightly different
Nope.
situation. You're all forcibly ejected as the magical item reverts back, and you all find yourself thrown out the entrance.
Just
Sorry.
That's crazy.
And Arena, you find yourself sprawled on the ground, and there's a hand on your shoulder. You can't see it, but you feel the touch. A warm kind of feeling. And you hear, Arena, quickly. You're needed at the House of the Dead in Vihiras.
Arena will like quickly stand up and turn around, and I know there's nothing there, but that's what she looks for. And then she's like, like she's.
And then you see that image last time of an open door. The tomb is open.
Yeah,
Not
and then
the tomb, sorry, the vault. There is no tomb.
we forward
As-
back to her freaking out and her describing the vault.
Is it definitely initially Perrin was like jumps to his feet, draws his sword, looking around for something. Until Arena's like explains, and he's like,
Need to go.
oh right, I see what happened here.
Whew. All right.
Everyone make perception checks. Disadvantage because it's dark and your dark vision only goes so far.
Oh.
Oh.
It is. Sun's beginning to creep up.
7. I'm distracted.
Nat
And
20, meaning the total
disadvantage,
roll is
Perrin.
20. Oh damn it! Okay,
Aaron
I
can-
missed that part.
Oh.
No, my nat 20.
Right.
Curses. It's a 15.
15.
That's
15.
one of my best perception rolls ever.
Aaron, you hear, it's kind of dark, you hear pouring and flapping getting further and further away.
Can I, when I look that way, can I see?
Your distance of sight goes 60 foot. You can't see anything.
Yeah.
You can see the faint kind of sun coming up in the distance, but a lot of everything is still in shadow from the trees and the wood, etc. behind you.
Hang on. Would this work? How far away does it sound like it is? Is it like a significant distance?
At this point, 100, 150 foot.
Okay, it doesn't matter then. I was thinking I could just do divine sense, and then if it was within 60 feet.
Because within 60 foot, it'd be within your sight range.
Yeah, but it sounds like it's already too far, so I'm just I can't do it. It doesn't work.
But it's now 200.
Yeah, no,
300,
I think
etc.
Perrin definitely looks that way, and as it disappears, it's like we were just visited by a clockwork raven.
What do you mean?
I think that's how the message was delivered.
Arena has a different look on her face when you say that.
I don't think it was a raven.
Well, either way, we're needed in Vihiras. Or it's a
She
trap,
nods.
but either way, let's go.
We should be prepared.
All
we
right,
get into
since we can't
something.
go to the satrapy now, then suppose we can make a detour.
We definitely need to see what was going on with your vision.
Arena takes out the cube.
Oh, sorry, I've been really, really sleepy. Okay, I'm ready, let's go.
I do imagine that he was asleep as a ball and then just like shot out and rolled when the tent disappeared.
He walked all the way back during that entire conversation because he rolled all the way downhill. Yeah.
Oh.
Okay, you pick out the ching circle, as we mentioned last time. Teleportation circle pops out, builds around it, glows. You all rush through. You come through the other end. The grouchy guard
yells at us.
accosts
He's
you,
like, "Why are you
yells
here?
at
We
you,
pay
charges you the money.
money."
You run through. Okay. And you pop through, and the first thing you see is you go out the other side. You're like, there's a big poster of the Chosen Knights. And you're like, anyway, so on the map, I have now placed where the Circle Guild is in Vihira. So it's not actually that far from the House of the Dead, which is the biggest temple of the Raven Queen in the world. So it's just over here, just a short jaunt down the road. It's, maybe an 8-hour time difference. So maybe it was 7 a.m. where you were, but it's closing to midnight here. What do you do?
Oh,
Let's head
should we
straight there.
Take our break here.
Well, we will in a second.
Okay.
You head there?
Yep, we're gonna start going that way.
Yeah, I
It's
think
gonna
that's
walk
the plan.
or
think-
It's much less humid here.
it's
pro-
cold. It's
yeah, we
winter. It is
probably-
icy and it's snowy.
I'd say we hurry.
Oh.
We don't waste any
Hurry?
time.
There is kind of not thick snow. This is a well pedestrianized area, but the snow is definitely falling. You see guards around. The guards in this area are paid better and better aware, and you look like chunky adventurers now. In fact, Arena, Heron, you recognize a couple of guards who probably accosted you about 6 or 7 months ago and shook you down for chump change. And they kind of see you and go, all the best to you.
Just give a nod.
Marina really wants to be like, she doesn't. She just keeps going.
As you keep going, stars start to dim. The red cast plays out over the entire city, reaching
Not again.
the edge of the horizon slowly. As you look up, stars become suddenly a lot dimmer and red. As you notice, stretching over Hiroras, as far as you can see, a similar effect as you've all seen before in the Beast Isles, and which two of you have seen before, Pandora. And you can hear the sound of people panicked. The sound of people breathing hard. The sound of people suddenly coming off adrenaline highs that only follows massed fighting when people have been fighting for their very lives. As you approach the front of the House of the Dead. And there we're going to take an 8-minute break and be back shortly.
Yeah, that's that's the emotion that we're all feeling right now.
It's bonus, we got to have a long rest before we came here. Negative, when we came here, the things were already happening.
I mean, they
think
were gonna anyway.
we all knew kind of something might be happening, so we're all combat prepared.
Hi, this is where I give you the slight warning about there's potentially trigger warning thing, triggery stuff, maybe. I don't know. It does not cross in the bells and lines I believe that the group has, but just in case, this is a note for both the group and for everyone watching. There may or may not be stuff that is trigger warning coming up. You'll probably be knowledgeable of it coming up when it comes up, and then feel free to, tune out for a little bit or whatever, etc. Or if that is a problem, just, heads up. It'll be obvious as it comes up.
Is
We
it
got
He's gonna
no
kill
way.
another one of my family members. I feel like that.
I'm gonna kill everyone.
He's
This
MMO.
is
He's like,
this
he's
the
like, let me
end
just kill
times.
off every one of your family members.
The Hero Ras is gonna get wiped off the map. Don't worry. No, I don't need an extra city. This is just bookkeeping.
Stop it.
We've got plenty of our Rasses. Also another one. Queen of the Soulspire. Back soon.
Make it a bit.
Okay, so welcome back. As you get out into the square in front of the House of the Dead, you see a few people, evidently in cultist robes, who seem to be fighting, but this seems to be the end of a battle, quite evidently. There are seemingly no civilians in sight. There are maybe one or two who are carrying, but everything else is really empty for, almost midnight. There are normally a few people around. There's maybe 2 civilians you can spot carrying. The few cultists are being backed away. You can maybe see the remains of a few others who are leaving, running down alleyways or whatever. You can't tell if some of them are actually civilians or cultists, but the couple who are there seemingly are just getting backed by the few armed members of what appear to be the Ebon Claw, by the much, tougher looking armor. You can see a lot of fallen bodies, and most of them do appear to be Ebon Claw or Midnight Feather. Most of them do appear to be members of the Raven Queen's Temple. And this is just outside. There are probably somewhere in the region of a dozen plus bodies that evidently are very easy to identify as belonging to temple clergy.
I think Arena will immediately look to Skith and Perrin and Pietro, or like she's probably holding Pietro, and say,
Why would she tell us to wait? We should have been here earlier.
And
She didn't tell you to wait in the second version. I undid that, and she never told you to wait. Yeah, in this version, she never told you to wait because
It's like, I need
there was
your
no
help.
rest.
So we activated the cube. We came through. We ran over here, but now it's too late.
Right. Okay. And then that's not what I said. She looks to the two of them and she said,
Maybe we're too late.
and then rushes forward and kind of like just goes to try to help.
Okay.
The people that are.
Yeah, I'll run in and look for anybody who might be savable with a lay on hands point.
Okay. Make medicine check to kind of quickly identify someone. Maggie, what do you want to do? How are you trying to help? There are still a couple of cultists who are being backed into corners. They're still fighting.
Yeah, I'm going over there to help them. That
Make an
was where
attack
I
roll.
went. I rushed. Okay. Just general. Okay.
I got a 14 on my medicine.
If you want to spend, I would say 2 lay on hands, you can probably save 2 people right now.
Sure. Done.
Because that will just be bring them to 1 hit point. The battle's over. They'll just heal normally now.
A full attack or just 1 attack?
Just 1 attack.
Okay.
This is these
25.
people are not enough for me to worry about a full battle for you guys.
Gotcha.
And the battle is kind of over anyway. This is mostly to kind of clear
See.
up.
Gotcha.
With Arena's help, they basically finish off the last of the cultists without any issue. With Perrin's help, 2 people who were bleeding out are quickly brought back and hurried away from any potential fighting. Although it does seem with Arena's help that the fighting is quickly over. Skith, what are you doing while this is going on?
I will keep watch.
Okay. Make me a perception roll.
You
0.
can watch. You can watch.
The one person we probably don't want to keep watch. But hey, if you would have seen some shit, that could have been helpful.
I'm
Okay.
just not going to attack anyone because I'm not sure who's friend and foe.
Okay.
That's fair.
Yeah.
As you aren't certain what's going on, you quickly find yourself looking at a lot of the bodies around you and looking at how this is played out. Make a quick int roll.
Okay.
As you get
Flat
distracted.
int.
This is effectively me being like, you get so distracted you do something else. 6. This is a mess. There is no discernible
Is that
battle line.
is that an ability check?
No, it would be a flat kind of.
Oh crap! The perception was an ability check, though, wasn't it?
Yeah.
I could have re-rolled that.
I'll let you reroll if you want.
I mean, you're still
Yeah,
rerolling
I'll
a
sp-
-3.
I'll spend a sorcery
Oh,
point.
do you have a new
well,
reroll
yeah,
thing?
but come on.
In meta magic to reroll.
That's a
Oh.
little
9.
better. I
Okay.
mean, whatever.
You do notice that while there are, a dozen bodies here, you can see that there is a constant little trickle of blood coming out the doors of the House of the Dead. Whatever apparently is going on here is apparently nothing compared to what happened inside.
I'm gonna head inside then.
Everyone else will join you in a second as they're finishing up their thing. It doesn't take them long.
One thing I wanted to do was, once I'd done the healing, check for someone, like the highest ranking person I can see.
Everyone out here is very junior.
Mm.
Really junior.
Is there anyone that
think
seems
Arena-
to be leading this
You,
tier of...
by dint of, you turned up and you have the most badass equipment, and notably, Arena is a little recognizable to people, and yeah, everyone is kind of like, you get the feeling everyone here is level 3 or under on the outside, probably under.
Okay, in that case, I just grab the nearest guy. Someone who seems, like they're still mostly keeping a hold of themselves.
You grab a woman in medium armor. She's carrying a crossbow that has kind of like a little repeater section attached to the top. And it's filled with, pretty well-made but stocky crossbow bolts with thick shafts. And she looks at you and she's got wild eyes.
Is the vault secure, do you know?
Vault?
In the church.
I don't know. I have to ask someone in there. It all kicked off inside. I was just outside when it all kicked off.
We're going in. We'll take the lead. Gather your people and follow us.
Make a persuasion roll. You've got to snap her out of effectively shell shock.
Yep.
I was gonna do something similar, like when Arena's like kind of going,
22.
running up to these people who need help. She's doing like the same thing, going like,
Yeah.
"What happened? What's going on?"
Okay.
While she's
They
shooting.
don't
things.
respond in the middle of combat, but as you run up, and then you effectively just run through the middle of them, being a gnome, and then just Cobblepot slams into one of the cultists, pinning them against the wall, and you just bang, and then you turn to them. Make a persuasion roll. Try and snap them out of their shell shock.
Okay.
With my 22, I'm like, don't worry, we'll take the lead, we'll scout it out, just follow us and provide support.
2.
2.
They look at you and they're like, oh dear. If anyone's going to go inside, it should be you. Be careful.
All right.
I think it's gone, but
What was it?
I don't know. But whatever it was in there. We were guarding the front door, and you noticed that the dude you're talking to has the feather mantle of the Midnight Feather. Very much like the job is to guard and to administrate the guarding. Like, he is the equivalent of security guard as opposed to military. Like, yeah. So
Well, if the Midnight folks are here, they're usually in secret, so it's kind of.
no, that's the Sable Eye.
Oh, it's about you, right? Arena will nod and just kind of like rush to wherever Karen is.
Okay, so Skip, you wander inside. No one stops you, and as you wander into what can only be described as a charnel house. What this used to be was a very large open hallway, big kind of area, like a cathedral, with at the end a huge raven, which was made of multifaceted panels of mirror, and each would kind of show different kind of illusions to whoever looked at it, kind of flickers of memory. However, as you look, this is shattered and broken. Bits of glass and crystal are all over the floor. covering about half the entire kind of length of this area. And as you stand at the end, you can see dozens of bodies. There are probably in the region of about 40 dead people in here. And there's no cultists. Every single dead person in here is a member of the Order of the Raven Queen in some way or other. You can see a few people who appear to be administrative people, maybe. They could have been maybe involved some way, but none of them seem to have weapons. Make investigation check real quick. And the others will come in as you're finishing this investigation check.
How did my persuasion go?
Really well. I said they
Okay.
were going to follow you in.
Right.
17. You see big gashes and gouges taken out of solid stone. Claw marks through it. One area where an entire pillar has been seemingly shattered by some sort of force. Mail and plate ripped and crunched apart by jaws, talons, or claws.
Can I do a nature check? See if I can identify what
Sure.
kind of creature caused that.
You two enter at this point, Perrin having rounded up about half the guards from the outside to follow you, the other half kind of forming a cordon.
What did you find, Skith?
You know of nothing that could have really caused this.
Arena just kind of holding aim.
Maybe dragons?
That's what I was thinking.
Some sort
dragons.
of creature came through here and slaughtered these people and left all of these marks and gashes. I
Perrin-
don't know what.
Perrin looks around at the scene and says, I think I know what did this. I haven't seen it, but we've seen its work before. All I know to call it is the Predator. And I imagine
Didn't
this.
take
you
care of
get
it
a-
if you knew of this.
At this moment, you get a flashback to reading Masha's notes shortly after defeating her. The Predator is restored and ready just in time for use in Andorra. It is incredibly valuable, however, and I have managed to negotiate with Sith to allow her to use it at the temple, but not for any pitched battle. This thing was unleashed in the temple in Andorra. It tore through ancient magical stone, destroyed the entire priesthood inside.
You'd also
Never
be
saw
aware
it.
that priesthood was maybe not the priesthood of a major god like the Raven Queen, but it was the last of Aurel's priesthood, whether she's still a god or not.
It defeated the highest ranking priests of Aurel, seemingly with ease. We never saw it. It was gone before we arrived.
Arena nods and then is just kind of like looking up at like, this thing that she saw as something beautiful and is like just destroyed. And she said,
All the memories, they're just broken.
As you look up, you can see that it has seemingly fallen on a group of probably 6. It's hard to tell from underneath, but maybe 6 Ebon Claw soldiers. It looks like it was deliberately dropped. Something seems to have sheared through the wires. And that has been dropped from some height. Maybe a drop of 60 foot.
can we see kind of a trail or anything like where it went from here?
Make a survival roll.
All of us?
And I'd like to detect magic, see if there's anything going on.
Oh, you ping detect magic. You can do that for free of your cloak. And it
And I'll do guidance as well.
Okay.
So
Ooh,
Ooh, they're
survival.
on it.
23 and a 20.
You don't know where it came from or where it went. It did not go out the doors. It did not come through the doors. It appeared in here. And then it disappeared. It left no trace. Obviously, you know spells like Pass Without a Trace. You also know spells like teleport. But whatever it did not walk out of here as far as you can tell, unless it did so incredibly stealthily.
It also looks like it didn't travel further into the temple or come from further inside the temple.
You do look that there are several other ways further into the temple. For instance, there are administered areas, sleeping areas. You know, there are plenty more ways into this temple. This is a big engineering project, and one of the first things they did after the fall of the vampires. And yeah, no, it spent its time in here. And it slaughtered everyone who came out, all of those routes. There was a response team, it looked like, who were in one of the naves off to the side. And it looks like they were, you know, effectively like on guard and ready. It looks like they were prepped for something. And it slaughtered all of them within seconds.
Does it look like everyone in here is definitely dead? No use.
Everyone here is definitely dead. As in the
Okay.
thing looks like it probably went round and finished everyone off.
Thought so.
Do we know where the vault is?
You don't off the top of your head, no.
Okay.
And you actually clergy of the Raven Queen and spent a lot of time here. You may have visited, but you haven't been into the...
When I'm
you know,
looking around
staff
at the
areas.
bodies, does anyone in particular look very important to me? If so, I'd like to maybe speak with Dead.
Okay. We'll get to that in a second then. Yes. This area is full of residual magic. People have chucked magic about. Something shook a lot of it off. But you also know where Arena pointed out that a lot of the fighting took place and where it started. Something... Make an Arcana check. As you can see something weird.
Oh my gosh, it rolled off of a 20. Can I spend
Yeah, I saw it on the 20 and then it went on a 2.
You can spend a meta magic point to reroll that.
Okay. Because that's not...
It's a 2 on the
Karen, y'all are
dice.
killing your rolls today. I just need a little love. Well, it's better.
15. Wait, that's history. Same roll.
Oh.
It's same roll.
Same roll.
15. 15. This is... I will say, because Arena's kind of given you, it was so recent. The remnants of a powerful conjuration spell. And you note that it's a little bit strange in some way. This isn't like a conjuration spell you've seen other people cast. Certainly not the Arcanist University that you were brought up at. But it's a powerful conjuration spell.
Would I know if something was conjured? Could it be like unconjured, like summoned away, unsummoned?
Yeah,
as well.
You do know it's particularly hard to summon creatures generally in areas that are dedicated to gods if they're not affiliated with that god, but that doesn't necessarily mean it's impossible. It also means that there are some things that some things that can be conjured that aren't necessarily oriented towards a god. I mean, your dragon spirit is one of them.
Something
I believe
odd, something
also
was conjured.
Most teleportation magic is also conjuration.
Some sort of conjuration magic I recognize here. Maybe that could explain why there's no trail leading out.
Could be that they summoned this thing and then sent it away again.
Okay, as Maggie...
That is probably what happened.
As Arena is going around looking for an individual to speak with Dead with, make a perception roll.
All right.
Looking for someone high ranked. My microphone's making some noise.
Yeah, it just did something weird
yeah.
there.
Yeah, that's a bit
24.
clearer, but...
It like buzzed. It was
Yeah, 24. Okay. As you're looking for someone, you hear the sound of someone breathing very shallow, but consistent. Like they're not deliberately breathing in deep because they're afraid. So they're going. A little bit distant, just down one of the corridors off of here.
Arena turns to the other two and says, and the army that's behind Perrin.
Yeah, the army behind Perrin does
the little
consist of
army.
just 6 people.
Yeah, I know. So the little army.
Yeah.
But hey, man, that's more than just the 3 of us. Arena just kind of looks back quickly and says,
I think there's someone still alive.
and she runs forward. She still has her weapon out in case there is danger. She will shoot at it. But she's rushing over to the sound that she's hearing.
I'll run up as well.
Okay.
You better not use the cure wounds.
What?
Don't use the cure wounds. I can do a point of lay on hands.
Okay.
So stingy.
We're gonna need it. I feel like we're gonna need it.
He doesn't want me to use one of my like syringes.
Yeah, that's true. You do have the syringes these days. It's less urgent.
Okay.
Why are
Yeah,
you
you've got
making that
deception.
look?
There's no point making you roll again.
I feel there's got to be something off screen. He was
I know.
consulting there. That
he's
was a
just
weird
like,
moment.
I was like, is there a spider in the corner? Like, what's happening?
No, I was just checking, and I was like looking at my perception roll for you. And
From
I
my
was like,
perspective,
no
we just saw you like
Yeah.
your eyes pinging back and forth.
There's no point making you roll again the perception because you got that already. So yeah, you go down the corridor and you eventually find someone lying there. They seem stable. You can hear them breathing, but effectively they're at 0 hit points right now.
Okay.
You can see that they are in they'd probably just be in kind of robes, not armor, plain robes, along with kind of a red kind of locket with kind of dark black wings on it in the kind of raven wing style. Dark black hair, human, relatively dark skin, and they've got like this horrible stab wound all across their neck.
Arena will rush down and like put pressure on it to like try to hold it because she knows Perrin's on the way.
They're
just-
stable.
Yeah.
They got stabbed a while ago, and they are stable. The advantages of being a hero is she seems like she got lucky.
Yeah, she just kind of holds the wound and says,
Just try to stay calm. We're here to help.
I will run up and boop.
1.
Yep, 1.
Okay.
I think they might need more than 1, but we'll see.
Okay, you give 1 hit point, and what
It's okay. Stay calm.
the fuck are you? What's got?
I'm Arena.
She looks around on the ground nearby, finds little wire specks that like all the glass has fallen out of, puts them on. I haven't seen.
Can I mend that? No, it takes time.
You would need to also find every glass fragment.
Hey, I mean, it'd be
Might be a
cool
bit
if I
much.
could. That's worth a try.
I haven't seen you in 7 months ago. 7 months ago. I was told you came in asking about a sword.
That is true. We were, but there are bigger matters at hand here.
What are you doing? What's going on?
Did you see what attacked you?
I thought I did. I must be imagining it. Ow!
You weren't
What?
imagining it. What did you see?
What's going on? Where's the guard? Where's the Ebon Claw response team?
Arena looks really disheartened and says,
They're gone.
On where?
To,
Oh,
with the Ravenclaw.
We're working out exactly what happened. What did you see?
I saw I saw the vault. I sit down. It really
Marina will
hurts.
help them. Corvette kind of like is like an armrest.
Thank you. I saw that the vault of the unkindness of ravens was open, and I went to have a look, and Antok came out. They asked him if the recent foray had gone okay. And then he stabbed me.
Recent foray?
For the last, it's got to be about 2 weeks now, maybe 3. Maybe 3 weeks. We've been having a lot of skirmishes with cultists and things. Not big ones, mind, but we've had to step up our game. And a couple of nights ago, there was an attack. Several of the guards right up front were killed. So, Alatuf, Antok, he's the Primitus of the Ebon Claw, actually. I think you met him when he was just a warrior priest.
We did.
Following the thing with your grandfather. I'm so sorry to hear that, by the way. Following the thing with your grandfather, he got made the Primitus, so he was in charge of all the Ebon Claw in the Dead City. But following that, he led the response to try and wipe out the cult, and that was a day ago.
Do you know where the vault is?
I can just.
How many levels do you
Here.
have?
Marina will hand them like it's like a syringe, and she's like,
Use it will cure you.
Of?
she kind of points at like the wounds that they have.
If there's going to be more fighting, you might as well keep that. I'll be fine after a rest.
How many levels do you have?
She takes it back.
6. I'm not particularly well balanced. So I'm a specialist.
What
We
in?
fear there might be something. I know you have many questions,
I'm-
Perrin, but there's something that whatever that thing was here to distract you all from. I fear that they were trying to get to something in the vault.
I heard that while I was on the floor. Latouf Antok, he stabbed me with some sort of dagger. It was a shard of stone, and then he ran past me. Make a medicine check, Maggie, since you've been looking at the wound. Just for reference.
16.
16. You'd be aware that whatever damage she took from that was potentially somewhere in the range of like 100 damage from one hit. The error margin on that's pretty wide. That's what you're talking about. That's how bad that stab wound is.
Okay.
And then as I was on the floor, I heard something. I guess the word would be thump. Like there was a pressure discharge, and then there was a crash, and then the sound of fighting. And Latouf didn't move like Antok. He moved like lightning, like quicksilver, like a shadow.
It sounds like it wasn't Antok.
There are many spells that and
If
rituals.
it was
and-
just a spell, the vault wouldn't have. Your grandfather did a good job with the vault.
Marina That's like a weird look at when they say that.
Need to have a look. She sticks her head around the corner, sees everything. Oh. I need to have a look in the vault. Would you mind guarding me while we do so?
Arena nods.
I think we all need to look in the vault. Whatever's missing is what they were trying to get to. Or if we can get there quickly enough, maybe we will catch them.
Take the healing. I think we'll need you.
I'm no good in a fight. Like I said, my classes are a little bit not ideal. I'm
If we
very
fi-
good at what I do.
If we find ourselves in danger, I will put sanctuary on you. Just try to be quiet and not let anyone find you.
I appreciate that. Does this one talk?
Mm,
Arena looks and says,
Usually he talks a lot more.
I'm not used to seeing so many fresh corpses. Dead
We've had a
ones for a while,
few-
maybe rotting.
We've had a rough few days. This is not the only place where death has occurred.
Yes, I don't know what this creature is, but it should be dealt with quickly. It has quite capable,
If we're lucky,
destructive properties.
if we're lucky, it's gone. In Masha's notes, it was mentioned that it wasn't to be used in a pitched battle, which means it's not undefeatable.
Okay. Well, the good news is that I'm sure the word has gone out and reinforcements from the other temples around Nisaline will be teleporting in shortly.
They won't be teleporting.
They have this ability to put some kind of barrier around an area. No one can teleport in or out or get communication in and out.
Hopefully there's some
Well-
more members of the church around the city that can come to our aid.
Well, that's bollocks, isn't it?
Very much so. We've encountered it before when we were in Andorra.
I read that report. That
I
was
imagine we're
impressive.
talking and walking.
Yeah.
Yep.
She's fumbling with the amulet at her throat as this is going on. She's looking at it. That will need recharging. Looked like it was a decent investment.
So I still have the tech magic on?
Yeah, you can turn it on at will. It just takes the concentration.
So would I be able to know what the amulet or see it?
It
Anything about it?
isn't active anymore. Let me check.
You got
might
some
have
weird
done that
mic
again.
stuff going on today.
Yeah, it's this cable, I think, is a bit dodgy. It's an abjuration effect, but it's no longer active.
I'm just I'm wary of all amulets right now. So
Yeah. Make a
or
Arcana check.
talismans. Okay. Dang, man.
Oh, God.
Ow.
My rolls are
The
terrible
dice are
today.
like, today your Arcana rolls are 2.
Fine.
It's
It'll be
okay,
hard to
it's
tell
okay.
just from detect magic. So it's an abjuration effect. It seems
Okay.
to be off now from whatever you can tell. It's not particularly super powerful. It's not. You'd probably put it in the region of like a level 2 to maybe 4 spell equivalent.
My favorite school of
Um,
magic.
Saving my good rolls for when it counts. Don't worry.
She leads you down kind of a corridor, as you go down the corridor, you do notice a few more bodies just left out in the open.
Knife
These
wounds.
people are very dead. Knife wounds, yes. All throat, all perfectly exact into the artery.
We can help with the dead once we've tried to put a stop to this creature.
Some speak with dead might give us some more information later, but we don't have time for it now.
You continue. She then takes you down a set of stairs. It's very much like a bank vault, like, marble, down some stairs, and then kind of a left and a right, and then more marble, and then like a big vault. But the marble here is kind of all kind of gray-black, silver, some kind of bluish, kind of gray tapestries and floor carpets so you don't slip. And the vault is huge slabs of marble with no like handle or anything, and they're probably 1.5 feet thick, and they are open, and you can just see darkness beyond.
I'll light a torch.
I'll light my sword.
I'll light my cape.
We have the ball, right?
I can also light the drift. We got a lot of light sources these
Aaron
days.
lights his balls.
I'll light a second torch.
I think I'm good if other people are lighting stuff as well.
No shadows.
Your new friend just touches the amulet and lights that, and it just glows with light. Where's the voice again? Well, I have to say, I've only gone behind here a few times, mostly because I'm not the exact rank, but being the specialist I am, I do kind of get to see many of the vestiges a few times. Or at least where they're kept.
You keep vestiges in here.
Well, we call them vestiges. Some of them aren't really vestiges in exactly how the terminology works.
Yes, I know there's the technical ones.
Exactly.
equivalents.
I mean, for instance, the ones made by, obviously, the famous Mrs. Cogdear, the ones she actually made aren't technically vestiges because they work in the same way as your historical pre-calamity vestiges. But they do have a similar way that they draw power and they can be upgraded. Like her armor, for instance. Now, she looks over at kind of just an empty slab. Well, bollocks.
Did you say
Someone
Antok
took the
came?
armor?
Did you say Antok came from the vault?
I saw him coming back from here.
He'll have looted it for all of the most powerful items.
I don't know what he'd want with that armor. It's only really worthwhile to an artificer. And even if he wasn't Antok, he didn't move like an artificer. He moved more like a sneaky stabby rogue.
Was he
Or maybe a
wearing?
rogue ranger.
Was he wearing a big hat?
Oh, you're thinking of disguise self from a hat of disguise. You do know that that's only mass-produced hats of disguise, and it's a common giveaway.
I didn't
And
think
it's
it would
also
be
a common
that.
fallacy.
It would be honestly wonderful news if it's simply a disguised self, because there are many, many worse things it could be.
I would be surprised if you could get past the wards on here with a simple disguise self.
How do the wards work? Should the vault have just been open when we came to it?
No.
Are they meant to close whenever the conditions aren't met?
Well, the only people who knew would have been above my pay grade, and it seems that one of them was Antok, being the Primitus. You would have to ask the leaders of the Midnight Feather. That's it.
What's the most valuable thing you're aware of in here? Not purely monetary value, but rather power, perhaps.
Oh, well. Well, I don't know about that. The blade that the Raven Queen used to slay Nurul is often referred to in that way, but we've never actually been able to establish if that is actually what was used. Most of the unkindness of ravens, sorry, that was the adventuring party name. I didn't know if you knew that or not. Most of the unkindness of ravens never really talked about it. I conject that the Raven Queen actually used to be a hexblade who made a pact with a very powerful weapon, and that weapon was capable of slaying a god. And that is why she was the only one who was ever capable of doing it. Now, most don't ascribe to my theory, and that is why I am a specialist and not really widely believed. And also left mostly to desk work and to be stabbed in the throat.
Is the sword...
Why would the armor only be particularly useful to the artificer?
A lot of its abilities involve customizing it to the artificer who can use it. And unfortunately, it really can only be utilized by certain artificer tendencies involving tweaking and manipulating things. I believe it is potentially... She looks at Corvidbot, looks at Arena. I believe potentially it is something that might be considered by others technological in nature.
Marina nods. And so this armor piece that she's talking about is not there anymore.
No,
It was
it used to be
Yeah, gotcha.
right there.
Where was this sword you're speaking of?
I was just gonna ask that.
I never got to see that. I conject it may have been here. No one told me about it. But they wouldn't do.
What else looks like it might be missing from here other than the armor and the sword that we don't see?
I'd be willing to bet that the sword was here and that it is no longer.
Marina nods.
There was a weapon. It was some sort of multi-barreled contraption used by the ranger of the party. I don't actually know their name, but there was a ranger in the party, and they had this multi-barreled weapon of some kind, which was actually made by your grandmother, which shot loads of stakes, specifically for anti-vampire use. That was in here. There was also the armor, and I conject that that sword was in here, but that I wasn't allowed to see it, and that was maybe why I wasn't then allowed to see it. But it would explain why, in addition to obviously the religiously associated Tau classes, you do get a lot of hex blades associated with the Raven Queen. That is why I believe there to be that association. Anyway, that is why I did my doctoral thesis on that for the House of the Dead. Right. Also, I believe Ozu Cogtier had some sort of item in here, a mantle or something, but it is notoriously difficult to find. So I do not know if it was in here because he did not always leave it in here. Obviously, he died more recently.
Didn't Masha have papers from the satrapy and markings on our teleportation cube as well.
Rena nods.
Yes, we're pretty sure one of the faces is for the university.
And she had mentioned the Predator as well, so I'm wondering if that armor wasn't linked to the... Maybe they have the intentions of using it in the satrapy with the artificers that they have been acquiring.
Well, if that was the case, surely they would just teleport out rather than setting up some anti-teleportation field.
Considering the timing, it seems like they might have set up that teleportation field after their work was done. The creature they unleashed in the main hall seemed like it was teleported in the first place, though perhaps they could do that despite their anti-teleportation field. But we were able to teleport in at the circle just before we came here. We missed it by minutes.
It is actually quite fortuitous that you came here.
Or maybe
We've done
a
little
reason.
so far.
Well,
We can maintain security on the vault until reinforcements arrive that can properly seal it again. Hopefully someone with a more complete knowledge of this vault is still alive for us to consult.
I completely forgot. I'm really sorry about this. I do realize that I come across a little bit scatterbrained, especially when I've not been stabbed in the neck at the best of times. Bridget Rosenworth. That's my name. Bridget Rosenworth. Please don't make me do any fighting.
We don't intend to. Sorry we couldn't have met in quieter times.
I haven't actually had anyone of your level want, interest in my doctoral thesis on the Hexblade, and the Raven Queen Association. Maybe another time I'll get you a copy.
I would like to hear more, but first of all we need to make sure this place is safe. As it can be.
Do you know what level he is?
Antok. I'm not a member of the Ebon Claw, but I think he's somewhere around level... it's got to be about level 12 to level 14.
He's
Fairly
been
busy.
Well, considering everything that happened and so forth, he's it's been a busy time for all of us here.
So nothing else looks like it's missing from here, other than that party's items?
I only really get to see individual items on a particularly well-guarded and take them out basis. I haven't really stepped foot in this
Do you
place
mind
quite
if
like
I
this
look
before.
around a bit?
I mean, I don't mind, but then again, I'm not in charge of this place. I'm just a particularly nosy archivist.
Arena
Feel
will
free.
take one of the light sources and she just wants to investigate to see if there's any. I'm guessing this place isn't. Someone doesn't come in and clean it all the time. If there's any spots where like dust might be not be like something was sitting there and now it's gone type of thing.
You very quickly notice there is no dust. This is
okay.
not a place where dust collects.
Okay.
A worshipped god does not let dust collect here. This is a place of central power to a god who ascended recently. And also
Okay.
it is well kept.
So it's not
Um,
hard to see. It wouldn't. I couldn't like roll an investigation to see if something seems out of place or something seems like it's missing. Beyond what
Not really.
Bridget has explained to us. Okay.
Feel free to make... Actually, no, you don't even need to make a check. You would notice that very quickly as you look around now, going from really kind of just nearby. There are two guards
both dead, both behind, some of the stuff towards the back. Again, stab wounds straight through the eye socket of the helmet.
Have I seen this blade before at all? Like this type of
Make an
blade?
int roll. Bring on.
21.
No. I mean, stone blades are a thing. Stone can be very sharp if flint, you can nap it correctly, etc. Obsidian, stuff like that. Not that you've seen. No. You also note that there are some objects in here which are kept in a separate section, which are very much, as you go near them, you can feel kind of a menacing aura coming off them. And you're also very aware that they are horrifically listed in a number of different scripts in front, as these are really dangerous items that we haven't figured out a way to destroy. Do not touch. They're kept in the vault with the holy items for the same reason. This is a well-protected area and very holy. It will dampen them. There's one skull which has
But they're
just a
still
gem
there.
in an eye socket.
So it doesn't
Still
look like
there.
someone took them.
Yeah. The only thing that seems to be really missing is Urzu's cloak or mantle, which she mentioned might not have been there anyway because Urzu died recently and he didn't always leave it there because he might have had it with him. The armor, she had a theory that there was a sword that she never got to see, but it doesn't necessarily have to be a sword. And a minigun of some kind is the vague description. It was described as a multi-barreled gun. Chat wants it to be a minigun, but it was described as a multi-barreled gun that shoots stakes. But well, I guess they can't have gone far if they can't teleport.
Is there... Well, I guess she'll just ask.
Are there any secret pathways or things of that nature? I always would assume there would be.
In the vault?
Or maybe not in the vault, but nearby.
In the temple? There are a few, I think. I only know of one. I'm an archivist again. They don't really tell me. The only one I know about is a back door that allows me to get out to the nearby coffee shop.
Can Arena search... can I search around for, secret passageways or doorways or...
Make an investigation check.
Ooh,
25.
25.
You are certain that there is no secret way to enter the highly secure vault.
Okay. And nothing
Barring
around.
magic, but yes. There does not appear to be a secret way to enter this highly secure vault.
Okay.
How big is the room?
Probably about 10 foot by 40 foot with little alcoves that go in a little bit further.
Okay, it's pretty small then.
Not huge.
In that case,
Because remember, followers of Raven Queen do not have tombs. They do not keep dead bodies. They do not keep bones. They incinerate everything. They have cenotaphs at best.
I'm going to try this because it might be fun. I'm going to stand in the middle of the room, try and get where I can see the most things possible, and use Divine Sense. Which normally is for detecting, celestials, fiends, and undeads. But it also allows me within the 60-foot radius, within sight, to detect the presence of any place or object that has been consecrated or desecrated. Because I'm just like, are there any, evil items that have accidentally been sorted in with the good or anything like that? Like, is there any, is there
Yeah,
something
so this
bad
entire
going on in
area
here?
has been consecrated.
Right?
Make me a religion roll. No, this isn't a religion roll. Make me a spell casting roll. This is just flat charisma.
Uh,
I have a plan after Aaron finishes his thing.
9? God damn it. 5 on the dice.
Technically, we do know that Maggie's ability adds to any ability check, so she can even add her thing to that if she wishes.
This is you roll a 9. This is for which thing in particular?
He's done an ability to try and check for any area of desecration, consecration, etc.
Or object. It's
Or
my divine
object.
sense.
I don't think I want to spend our Flash of Geniuses on that, personally.
Quite a consecrated area. You're inside a vault in one of the most important temples. This is the most important temple of this faith. There's certainly an area that Arena pointed out, which is this is where the bad objects are held that we haven't figured out how to destroy yet. Effectively where the adventurers who come in going, I found this cursed object. What do I do with it? And they have no idea, but they put it on ice for now.
So I guess I'm getting desecration vibes from that area, and everything else is consecration vibes.
But those items are also consecrated. Like, they've deliberately gone over there and consecrated the items to try and limit them. Yes.
Okay, yeah. Alright, so there's nothing, like, unusual. It's like what you would expect from standing
There
in a room
is something
full of
unusual.
powerful magic objects. So
There is something unusual about the place, but you can't put your finger on it. You rolled a 9.
damn it.
I have the ability to locate a creature. Could I use that on Antok?
Remember, it's got range limit.
1,000 feet, yeah. But she was saying that Bridget was saying like he can't have gone back. They can't have gotten far. I mean, maybe they could have, but her assumption is that. Marina
He will be
bring-
more than 1,000 feet away, though.
Yeah, Marina will bring that to Perrin and Skith's attention too. 'Cause
We could try to locate Antok. If Bridget's right that he hasn't gotten very far.
I don't think he would have stayed particularly close, unless he can't leave. Seems like no one left the cathedral out of the main entrance.
Do we have an idea of what direction it may have gone in, and then we could...
I'll be honest, he moved like nothing I've ever seen. He so fast and moved like lightning. He was so quick. He was so... I don't do fighting, but I do book learning. Have you ever fought a rogue before?
Once or twice.
Hmm.
I've had one dodge my lightning before.
Oh, that's not good. Right. So, I reckon if he is a single-classed humanoid rogue, he is somewhere north of level 14, probably. Maybe
Right.
even more. Anyone here may roll intelligence checks. Just flat intelligence.
Oh my god, net 1, 6.
13?
Arena, unfortunately, when it comes to rogues, you are too enamored by tales of, dashing scoundrels and evil assassins.
Finally.
And probably, your mind goes to the lovable Fenry Harper, who you've got
Oh,
a
yeah.
little crush for.
Yeah. Oh,
Perrin-
from Skith.
I'd eat his
Perrin-
pies all day.
Go pick up your player's handbook and any supplementary material. That will show you all the details about rogues that literally in this world, they have that book. It will tell you what each class and mark does. Skith. Some rogues have the ability to kind of absorb kind of the shades of people, etc., blah, 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 whatever. They can do psionic stuff. Some rogues, swashbucklers, can be very deadly kind of slightly tanky fighters. They can fight kind of at the front line. This could be potentially one of the worst, but also potentially the best to fight as a group. This could be an assassin. Assassin rogues at really high levels will always crit if they go before you in combat. Will always get the sneak attack if they go before you in combat effectively. And if they do so, you make a Constitution saving throw, or you take double damage on the crit. So you may take somewhere in the region of 100 damage, which lines up with the severity of a knife wound that Arena pointed out. It could be an assassin. It might not be. But the fluidity and the ability to just completely walk in here, impersonating someone, maybe. The actual ability to impersonate them that well and look like Antok that well to go past a vault that has unnamed magical defenses, that would need something more. Assassins do also have impersonation abilities.
They can mimic the mannerisms, behavior, and writing of a person. And you just need to disguise their appearance.
Well, who has access to the vault other than... Would that be enough to access it? Or would it need to be like an inside job?
Depends. A disguise self would not be enough. That would be an illusion. You would need to be... I don't actually know the full details, because that's only really known to, I guess, Urzu Cogdir. May the Raven Queen got his soul. Antok. I guess the one or two others who had the Midnight Feather and this, the Midnight Feather.
Are there still people alive outside of Antok who know how to operate this vault?
Depends if she was in there or not. Typically, she only works during the day, so she may be back. It depends how long it takes her to run from our house. It's a big city.
She?
Yes. Miranda Dark. Oh, sorry. Prematus Miranda Dark. She's the head of the Midnight Feather.
So, she may be the only remaining person who knows how to use this.
What was the name of the rogue you were talking about?
Assassin.
Or is she referring to Antok as a rogue?
Yeah,
He
Antok's a
moved
rogue.
like an assassin. Antok is definitely not a rogue. He is a
Okay.
paladin.
All right.
Antok is quite possibly dead, and this person is
So-
impersonating, or there may be
Yeah.
some means that his body is being puppeted if his body is necessary to enter the vault.
Okay.
Either way,
Just trying to make sure I
I
understand.
think he's gone. But we can hope.
If you want, you can see my notes on. I hadn't get around to doing the weapon that belonged to the ranger, but I have done the Ravenforged mantle. That's what I called
That
it.
would, whatever you have would be useful.
Hey, I had to take it to an asset in town to get someone to cast a spell on it to ascertain extra information. Gave up his information particularly difficult, and I don't have access to a spell such as Legend Lore, so I had to go and ask one of the crime lords on the edge of town. So, anyway,
Which
Um,
crime lord? I'm not planning on
Why?
going to the authorities. It's important information.
man, with very orange, sallow skin.
I know,
shop.
looks at Perrin
Wine bar.
knowingly.
That sound like the Oracle?
Sounds like the Oracle.
Alright. That's fine then, I expect.
Right.
You two seem to know quite a few people here.
Just a couple.
Well, so I have it somewhere here. Right. Forged by the first artificer. To protect her as she fought alongside the one who would ascend. She shed her artificial wings for real ones. Her armor did descend. Now it lies here, awaiting another, until its time is needed. Its destruction can only begat by its utilization to spill the blood of the youngest of the line that first spilled blood to forge it.
Marina's eyes grow big.
Does that mean, Arena?
I think it means my family's in trouble. The youngest of my line would be Zoji and Joji.
Are they your family?
They're my
Bollocks.
little kids. Why are you saying bollocks? Where's my family?
Well, we moved them to a safe house, didn't we? Because they were in danger.
Is it in the city?
But no, it's outside the city.
Good. But also
It's
bad.
across the river. It's the last house.
I think we must go. We must hurry.
Arena.
Should, but I don't want to leave the vault unguarded, though I suppose they've got what they wanted.
Miranda will be here soon, and we'll have whoever's normally in here during the day. You know where you're going.
Not precisely,
Arena's
we'll need directions.
Standing in the doorway. I'm not really sure.
Right. The last house. It's okay. Hurrying, seeing expression on Arena's face. The house where the unkindness of ravens had their last meal before they set out to take down Nurul and slay him the next day. However, I conject that it's actually several days' journey in between there, so it actually was probably their base of operations. Anyway, it's up near Oleona on the other side of the river. Actually, I think it's in Lumarian territory now. That's a bit awkward. Anyway, other side of the river, probably upstream about a day on a hill. You can't miss it, and she kind of describes the general area. It's not great. She hasn't been there exactly herself. But what she is good at, because she is a mess of a class, is its defenses. And also, she has access to the stock cupboard. Let me find them for you.
She's stalling us. I don't want to be a minute late again.
I mean, yes, this will be timed. This is a race, but she is noticing Arena's. She is trying to be quick. Me pausing right
Arena's,
now,
like,
this isn't
in
in
the
character.
hallway. Okay. I'm like, I'm in the hallway. I'm about to book it.
I'm
See,
just
if
trying
I
to find the
She's
handout.
just like, oh my god,
looking
why
up
didn't you start with this
spells.
information?
I should have got detect thoughts, and then I could just like read her mind and be like, okay, I know where we're going.
She has never been there, so she wouldn't be particularly good at it.
Oh.
There we go. That's what I'm looking for. And here we go. So, The house was enchanted. It used to belong to a vampire. They killed the vampire. They took over the house, and they used it as the base of operations.
We just need the location.
Okay. Try not to attack anyone from inside the house. It's kind of protected by a vague sanctuary spell, which means that if you don't attack anyone from inside the house, they find it very difficult to actually go into the house and attack anyone inside the house. Okay? Somewhat resistant to fire. It's kind of difficult to set fire to the house, but it can be done. Right. Take this. She hands you a sending stone. No. Wait. Better idea. Pietro volunteers to stay behind. Pietro's not a high enough level. If he gets stabbed by that rogue, he will just explode.
Yeah, he
Okay.
will explode,
And he
and we
could write
haven't
his
nutted
own.
He
him
can
yet
help.
either.
He can help stay.
And he can write to Arena unlimited messages.
Oh yeah,
He can convey back to the House of the Dead and give you instant time updates.
Okay, that actually makes
Perfect.
a lot of sense.
Yeah.
Okay. So effectively you will be able to learn all this information over the next few minutes as effectively he sends it to you as you're running.
Okay. I'm getting on Corvid Bot, booking it as fast as I can go.
Should I? Is it gonna matter for me to haste us or something?
I mean, if it's a multiple day journey, it's only going to be a tiny portion of it, but it could make some difference.
But yeah,
It's 1 minute. It's not going to do anything.
It'll do nothing in the grand scheme of things.
Okay.
Just trying to figure things out in terms of timing.
But as we're
Yeah.
setting off, Perm will be like, "What's the quickest way upriver? Is there a boat that goes
It
faster
won't
than
actually be a full
walking?"
day. It is towards Oleona, but it isn't a full day because it is hop, skip, and a jump to the Hero Ras. So it's upriver a few hours, not the day to Oleona. It's a few hours upriver. And yeah, the best way would be to take the boat. She's like, yes, if you go down to the docks, try and get any boat. Take it upriver and then across. The river is, a kilometer wide, so otherwise you're going to have issues.
No, so we need to cross the river anyway, so a boat would.
Yes,
Would work.
it is a
All
big river.
To the docks.
Also, if you need any of these, and because this is something that is of important nature to the House of the Dead, and because there's no one here to tell her not, she's just going to unlock the stock cupboard. You may use any of these.
oh yeah, that's
That's-
a lot of stuff.
Many things.
The rules on using them is you may only use them if you do not have the ability to do so yourself, and you have to use your own resources in preference to these. But
Okay.
you can count as having these on your person, provided you take a couple of minutes now to stock up. Because
Oh, man,
they will give
my
you access
God.
to.
it makes sense for us to
Yeah.
do it. Arena, as much as she wants to rush, is not an idiot.
That's so many spell scrolls.
Yep.
Where
Cure
will
wounds.
you have this sheet for us in here?
It is under law, Dead Cities for Hero Ras.
Oh, it's under lore, not item.
Yeah, I put it under law because it's kind of like their stuff rather than just actual items.
What even is a potion of maximum power?
A potion of
it
maximum
makes your
power.
spell like
The
maximized.
next damaging spell you do,
Yeah.
you
It's
don't
for
roll
me.
damage. It
Just-
just does max
the
damage.
maximum damage, yeah.
Good
That's
God.
for me.
It's great.
When she hands that over,
I used to carry like a wand of those in Pathfinder.
that is the most expensive item on this entire list. She does not hand that over lightly. She looks at you and holds onto this and like, you could get in real trouble for handing this over.
We will only use them if we must. But we must hurry. Put everything in the bags. Let's go.
Make a persuasion roll.
Everything.
Make a persuasion
She
roll.
just wants to go.
Can I
She doesn't want to like
persuade? I wanna
look at
persuade.
what the items are. She just wants to go.
Make a persuasion roll, Arena. This
Oh my
item
God.
in particular is very expensive.
I'm not good at persuading. Is anyone assisting me in this or no?
Nope, no one spoke up.
Okay.
12. Yep, she does it. The DC is slightly lower for you.
Okay.
But she gives you a look and like, don't use this unless you really have to.
Arena's honest. She's
Trust
not
me,
trying to-
if you can avoid using any of these items, they will be factored into the House of the Dead's stuff going into the next few acts.
Yeah,
Okay.
that potion is so good, it feels like it's a waste to use it on a fireball.
Mm.
There are
Depends on what the fireball's fireballing.
there are many greater things that roll more dice that could be made more insane.
Does it make it
have those
hit
abilities.
automatically too, or does
No,
it still have
it just
No.
means it does max
Okay.
damage.
It just max.
Well,
Yeah.
fireball. It hits either way.
You use it on air effects effectively, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
But
Um,
imagine using a potion of maximum power if you're casting 9th level dice-based damage spells.
Like
Well,
Meteor
the goal
Storm.
is to get
Not
you to
Meteor
be
Storm,
able to
Meteor
make
Storm.
them for us.
I guess
yeah,
I technically
effectively-
can, but the cost would be insane.
For the purpose of this, you are all simultaneously, because it saves having to put who's got what
Oh,
and
we're
then
all
take it
just
off
trying
later.
to like grab stuff.
You are all counted as having it on your person, and then you can all use them, provided, etc. But
I
you have to
imagine if
also-
it's a
you have at least
multi-day
two.
travel during the evenings when we're resting.
Well, technically, it
which-
isn't. I got that wrong because it's actually just a few hours upriver because river travels faster.
Okay.
It's a couple of hours upriver and across river with a good boat. With a poor boat, it'll be very slow. With a good boat, it'll be 2 to 3 hours. With a really poor boat, it'll be 8 hours.
Okay, so it could be a day travel.
It could be a day if you have like a barge or something that's used to slow going and cargo. So
We can.
you leg it down.
It's worth
Get a
spending a
good
little
boat.
time getting the best boat.
Okay.
Also, as you've left Pietro and he knows stuff, you get some information that you wouldn't otherwise have got. Pietro quickly writes to you, going,
Okay, so it turns out that your grandmother put some defenses in the last house that were deliberately made by an artificer, but when she, passed away, they weren't maintained, and so they could only be maintained by an artificer. And because artificers are rare, and because the Church of the Raven Queen don't have many, and because they were busy, they didn't have one to maintain them for your family. So your family have been there. Obviously, the spells and the wards have worked, but according to... Oh, thank you. Is there any lemon? Okay, that's lovely. Thank you. Okay,
Are you writing
I'm
this?
just-
he's writing this. Look, I'm writing my train of
Text-to-speech.
thought. I'm used to this. Actually, I got a quill that when I speak, it writes everything. Look, it's doing it. It saves me. Look, quills are difficult. They don't make them for my claws. Anyway, thank you. So, artificers. Anyway, they didn't have an artificer to infuse the traps with, and not many artificers wanted to waste their infusions on the defenses. So, they found an artificer who was willing to, who had history with your family.
Oh no. Mother trucker, do not tell me fucking blabbling. I'm about to
Oh my
like drop
God.
kick someone in the face right now. Excuse my French.
It looks like they may be employing blablin to
Arena just starts swearing in gnomish. Just like lots of
If
swear
those
words in
infusions have dropped, I'm going to kill him.
it looks like because of the secrecy and the fact they apparently blindfold him every time and take him on a massive detour, and he complains about this because it's a waste of time, which in fairness it does sound like it's very secure. Yeah, apparently the wards are up for most of the time, but they do drop occasionally. Well, not the wards, but the infusions, the traps do drop occasionally, but they're up most of the time. They're trying to find more artificers, but look, the point being is that Blablin may or may not be there. Helping your family?
He'd better be.
Look, I'm as confused about this as you. Also, wait, what? Okay, there are several guards who live there. There's a central courtyard. There's a little chapel off to the side. And your mum and dad have been doing some training. Okay. Oh, Miranda Dark's here. I'm gonna have to go. Hi. Yes, I know I'm a pangolin. Yep. Yeah, I can also talk. Yep. Yeah, the quill. I'm writing to... Oh, okay, I'll put it... This is... Oh, sorry. Bye.
You're right.
Oh my god.
He's a quill
I
that
love
just
it.
writes as he talks.
Oh, okay.
It's actually a relatively common item, so it's quite cheap. And for him,
It's
with
like
the
text to
book,
speech.
yeah, it's a
I
text to
love
speech
it.
item.
I love it. Or speech to text. There
He
we go.
can draw in the book, it just doesn't send images. So it would probably try and translate it into a word, and you'd probably just get.
So Pietro needs to learn how to do ASCII art.
Yeah, pretty much. And you just get / / / * asterisk, asterisk, full
Until it
stop.
looks like a penis. No, I'm kidding.
Okay. But as
You know
rush
someone's
down,
done it.
As you rush down to the dock, then you wanted a boat.
Yes.
Make.
Yeah. I am not going to do the talking when it comes to the boat. I will let
Okay.
them.
Okay.
But Arena is pacing around. Like, she looks like she's just like about to jump into the water.
Ship.
Okay, Skith, Perrin, do you just kind of shout out as you're like running down, being like, "Who's got a boat?" You're going up to him in particular, just shouting out.
I
Okay.
think. Well, I'm probably looking for
Shake 'em
boatmen,
down.
and then like
Okay, make an insight check to look for boatmen.
I imagine,
Arena's
like,
looking at all the boats and looking at
probably
which
have
one's
signs,
trying to figure
right?
out which one's
They
the
want to
best one while
advertise
she's
their-
pacing.
They want
It's
to have
quite
advertise their
wintry,
services.
and not a lot of people around. Oh, okay. Okay. You see it. Although there are a few pedestrians milling around down here, the dock's being quite popular, even though there aren't many boats coming in and out, especially at this point in winter. You see the obvious trap. And they spot you as you kind of slow down. As a lot of the commoners nearby, people just going about their day-to-day business, stop, turn, throw off their cloaks. One of the big ones kind of shrugs off his big shawl and pulls this little satchel he's carrying, just pulls out this heavy maul. I will move you to the battle map. You are not surprised by this. But make a perception check, Perrin.
Ooh, it's pretty.
Perception. Ooh. 8.
8.
Rolled off a 20 again. So many of those today.
Okay. You can see one boat. And it is a kind of very narrow fronted with a steep prow and rear rowboat with an old hooded man and a kind of thick-set little dog sitting in the front going and the man kind of petting the dog. And he kind of raises the hood over to you. And he beckons. You kind of get the gist of there's room in this boat.
And
But
does
the
this person
camera- the
seem
camera
aware of all of these people that like lining up to fight me?
I mean, he must be, because this is obvious. All the commoners around you are kind of seeing this fight, and they don't know whether it's a bar fight or not, but they get the obvious, these are people lining up. And they notice that obviously you are adventurers, you've got the obvious gear, and they're all starting to shy back. This guy doesn't notice that, or he doesn't seem phased. He's just, this is like the point where the camera sees over the, the big heavy-set guy's shoulder, sees this guy, and then unfocuses back, focuses in, focuses back.
Yeah, there's a kind of moment for Perrin where he's like, wait, how does the boat look?
Again, it's a rowboat, but with kind of like a slightly higher side, steep prow that goes up above head height when you're sitting in the rowboat.
What's
If you're
its
standing,
what's its condition? Is it unusually pristine or unusually rotted or just normal
oh,
looking?
it's definitely somewhere in the middle. It looks about right for the condition of most of the boats around here. There's a couple of kenku on the dock next to it, kind of with, some of the rope getting ready with the block and tackle, just kind of waiting.
I think that's all right.
All right. Do you want me to take care of these people before we leave?
We'll probably have to. Conserve your strength, though.
We just need to talk. I've got a message for you.
Well, spit it out.
The Baron puts a hand out. I was like, "Are you sure you want to do this?" As I like draw the blade.
He shrugs, and you see the chest ripple. He's not wearing any armor, but you see the lumps of meat that he is made of just flexing. The maw bangs once, and you see kind of little plants have shot up through the actual snow as spring's getting close, just wither and die next to it.
I'm sure, but I was told to tell you. Sif says hello. Church of the Raven Queen tried her off her once. You might have defeated her in Andorra. But you won't defeat her this time.
I'm sorry that only your death will make you realize you chose the wrong side.
Nah. Let's talk this out like gentlemen. Let's talk. No need to get antsy. Let's be reasonable.
Kind of in a hurry.
You'd like
What's
us.
all the hurry for?
You'd like us to stand and chat, wouldn't you?
Yeah.
I charge.
And with that, we're gonna wait for next week.
Not a fan of first striking, but sometimes you gotta.
Yeah, his orders were delay you as long as possible, so.
I was
Okay.
literally gonna be like, Perrin, are we killing them? And if he said yeah, I was just gonna be like, call lightning, let's go.
Yeah.
I'm definitely tempted by the prospect of just getting past him.
That is an option. Remember, not every fight is everyone has to die.
But we can't teleport because of the effect. I was about to be like,
Wouldn't it be weird.
we just gotta do
I'll save it for after.
a dimension door and a thunder step, but they won't work. We'll just blow ourselves up. We're fighting through them.
Well, it shouldn't be too bad. Hopefully.
Guys, I
we get a
think the
surprise round.
guys, I think the boatman's Athreos.
Well, they're not going to be surprised.
I think Athreos is just chilling on the other side of this fight, like, yo,
And
I heard
so
you
what I was
needed
going to
me.
bring up is I think the survivor is Sith.
It could be, yeah.
That conversation went on long enough that all the citizens have fled. Although 2 of them are on the pier and can't actually flee past everyone who is armed, so
No.
they're just gonna run this way.
Oh,
we
you know
can't see them; they're
what?
too far away.
That note that Masha had said, "Safe house. Note to self to go past Star Throne and grab more water breathing." Where is that?
I forget which one Star Throne is. I don't think that's
It's-
related
it's
to
in the-
anything
it's in
that's
the- Okay, I
going
think
on
it's a
here.
different
Our throne
safe
is
house.
capital
Okay.
of the called
Hopefully it's a different safe house she's talking about.
Moon Tower.
Right, Keldwyn. Yeah. I think she's the safe house in Keldwyn that's accessible
Yeah.
using water
Hoping
breathing or
that's
near
what it is, 'cause
Keldwyn.
I'm like,
I
ooh.
don't think that's this.
If they've known about the safe house for that long.
Yeah, no, she was saying get supplies from the safe house, so it's her safe house.
No, she was
Yeah.
getting some
They're in charge. So use
Yeah,
that there.
for the safe house, not from the safe house. She was getting them for it.
Right, yeah, I mean,
the word?
getting water breathing potions for the safe house, presumably so that she could get to the safe house.
Yeah,
And then
that's what that's what I was assuming originally, but I was like,
those
my God,
notes
I hope
also
it's not.
goddamn said that Sith was dead. Not that we
Yeah.
not that we really know who Sith is, but we were like, okay, at least they're squared away. We got that sorted out. We accidentally killed them earlier.
I mean, if you want to, I'll let you know right now because Pietro is literally gonna write to you as soon as this is done.
Sure.
Is there anything else you want to know?
Arena says, so Sith?
Oh yeah, after Andorra, the Church of the Raven Queen hunted down and tried to find the survivor, and they tried to kill her. They managed to lodge a stake in her chest close enough to her heart, but apparently she's got some sort of curse that makes it really difficult to actually kill her. But we do think she now can't shape change or turn into mist or anything. That's great.
So Sith probably is the survivor. Also might be
Yeah, I
the
think
person that I dreamed I was just before this.
It sounds like
Yeah, that's what
Stabbed-
it sounds
stabbed
like.
Just off from through the heart.
Mhm. But it's
Doesn't
still
need to
alive.
breathe. Can't change form.
Maybe the curse is that
Okay.
Therisden has something to do with that.
Yeah, Therisden seems
It's
to
a whole hot
really
mess.
like
We'll
the
talk about it in the
survivor.
after show. We should talk about all of this is after show.
But yeah, I'm
material.
pretty sure that's Athreos over there, and he's just like, come on the ferryman boat.
It's really useful having Pietro just going back and forth, feeding you information in real time. 3. Yeah. Anyway, cool. So we'll start off with that next week. I've got a lovely map planned out for after this as well. Some lovely conversations, lovely items and threats.
By
lovely
the way,
twists.
Sith is spelled Syth.
Yeah, in case it's
Yes.
fun.
It's not F, and it's not I. We were saying Sith like the Nordic warrior or whatever it is.
I think.
Yep.
Right, okay. Let's go through things. Blah, 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 blah. Today's supporter is Hero Sheep. Yay, thank you. Bah. MC name post is now out. I used 2 today. Miranda Dark and Bridget Rosenworth. Hello,
Yep.
microphone. Why are you doing your thing? It's that
Only if it
cable,
does
I
it for
think.
like a
Oh, hello.
second.
Yeah. I suspect it's this microphone. This headset is being a bit dodge, and it's starting to do weird stuff. Oh, hello.
Right, Sif was the Great Wolf, right? Couldn't remember.
Um,
I'm getting my Nordic stuff mixed up with Marvel Cinematic Universe.
In which the RPG pre-release of Marvel's thing just came out on Roll20.
Neat.
I haven't looked at it yet. Anyway, that brings us to monthly recap, and first batch of each Grange letters are coming soon. First downstairs episode is on Saturday, so check out your downstairs Saturday. And also, we're sponsored by Roll20, so check that out. Also, this map is from the Roll20 marketplace.
I wasn't ready. There it is.
There we go. Yeah, nice map. I like this map. There's moonlight maps, I think. I use a lot of CZ Baku, but this is moonlight maps. Because I was like, this is winter in Vahira Ras, and I've always wanted to do winter in the Raven Queen's area, so I was happy that you got to go back during winter. Yeah.
It's very pretty.
Also, there are a few tokens which are red edged and some which are blue edged. For the purposes of this plot especially, please try and not assign importance to the red and the blue edges. I know the blue are meant to be allies and the red are meant to be enemies. However, commoner tokens all have red edges, and I'm pretty sure the commoners are not meant to be your enemies.
Okay.
And also, the guy on the boat has a blue edge, but his dog has a red edge because the dog is just a red edge token. Again, don't assign that anything. Also,
Okay.
I'm sure if you meet Antok, he's going to have a blue edge because Antok is friendly, but that, I guess, makes more sense.
I'll try not to blow up any non-aggressors. I'll do my best.
Yeah.
But if there's a hostage situation, I don't know.
Part of me just wants to let's kick the other person off the boat, get on the boat, and let's go.
We might just be able to be like disengage and just run.
Yeah, just get on the boat and get out of there.
we have any barrier casting spells? If we could just get onto the pier, we could just put up a barrier behind us, and then they can't chase
That
us.
is a problem. As a group, you are very combat oriented. You don't have as many utility, especially like
Yeah.
control spells. You don't have many control spells.
I mean, I can twin cast banish 2 of them.
I can hold person.
There you go.
But we don't want to
Just
use our
CC him and run.
spells.
I've like never used it, but it does work. As long as
We also don't want to use our
wisdom scrap.
resources if we're going to go right into a big battle.
Also, in the after show, I'm definitely going to be starting a conversation about high-level rogues because this could potentially be very, very lethal.
Mm.
This is
Sneak
entirely
attack.
down to tactics. Yeah. Anyway, we're gonna go to an after show after we go through everyone. So, Cobalt, who are you and where we find you?
Hey, I'm Cobalt Treek. I play lots of video games on Twitch, usually on at 5 p.m. Central. I play D&D on Thursdays, Pathfinder on Tuesdays. And yeah, had a lot of fun. We had a lot of awesome drops, lore drops. A lot to think about. And that's me.
Okay. Bentham, what about
you? Yeah, Bentham.
I'm Bentham. You can find me on YouTube where I'm Mangleport Gaming and Twitch where I'm Manglepork, and I've been doing stuff on both. I mean, I haven't done anything new on the YouTube since last time I mentioned, but I spent a lot of time on that one video, so I'm making it last. But on Twitch we've been doing some Raft. I've got super into Raft. Turns out I missed out on that when it came out like 4 years ago, and this time around I'm like, oh, it is actually good, and now I'm addicted. So we've been doing some of that. We'll probably do some more, and that's about it for me.
Maggie, what about you?
Hello, I'm Margaret Cronin. You can find me at Margaret Cronin all of the places because that's where I am. I'm doing a lot of things, so if you want to keep up with them, just follow me over there. I will, of course, be here on Roll For It on Saturday for the Eaton Grange estate. I won't be on the show per se, but I will be assisting with running the broadcast and doing like the intros and stuff. But I'm very excited for it. And then, of course, I also make video games for a living. If you want to check out the projects I'm currently working on, I am working on Ashes of Creation. You can find it at Ashes of Creation in all of the places. And if you are a Witches and Spellcraft fan, I am working on the next edition for it, which is the advanced version. If you're into more gritty, what do you call it? Rules heavy system. So yeah, excited. That is me. What about you, Enter Elysium?
I'm listening. If I'm Twitch.tv/Elysium, coming not streaming at the moment because I've got exams. Maybe in about 2 weeks I'll be starting again. Maybe I'll even get a chance beforehand just to do a quick bit of something to get my mind out of lore. Or maybe I'll do some RPG prep. But the problem is I'm trying to do RPG prep without giving away stuff right now is really difficult because this arc being at the end of a chapter has a lot of spoilers in it. So
Every hour we're having world-changing revelations right now.
I mean, I didn't intend one of them. Like I said, that was meant to be the middle of next chapter, really. Didn't have to be.
Yeah.
I'm happy that you got it. Fine, cool, good for you. Players, happens.
I'm assuming you thought we were probably gonna get to the safe house today.
I hope to arrive at it, yeah.
Yeah, that's what I thought. I figured you thought we'd end this episode at that point. Yeah.
Well, this battle would have just ended.
I see, yeah.
This isn't a big battle, though. They have been explicit. They're here to delay you.
Oh, yeah. Arena's not having it. That's why she's like, well, spit it out. Let's go.
Oh, yeah, that's the other thing that the Raven Queen have. I forgot. Nets.
Oh.
Oh no, not nets.
No, the Raven Queen have nets because
Oh, they
that's
have
what
nets.
you,
So
yeah, because that's used any like
It's the burbs.
group used to take on high-level enemies is nets. Because you just chuck nets, and then they have to use their action to get out of the nets, and then everyone just piles in and stabs them as much as possible.
And that might be why the Predator is not allowed to be in large battles, because then people will be like, nets! Hundreds of nets!
I need to add that to the resources of the house
Get the
because you will
net
have access
cannon.
to that. However, you can't carry that
Instead
many
of the
nets,
shirt
so I'll...
cannon.
Oh dear.
Net
I wonder if I could just shove some of these people into the bay, into the
Yeah.
river.
Remember,
That's
you can only
Yeah.
shove 5
That's
foot.
what I was saying. Let's just push them out of our way and
Yeah.
get on the boat.
Like if I just
Get
like
outta
grab
here.
the big guy and just
Skedaddle.
like drag him to the
Skedoodle.
side and just chuck
Do
him
we have
over.
any tips? Are we gonna go off to our after show?
Let me check the tips real quick.
After show.
I do wish there were more opportunities for Perrin to just, Spartan kick people off of cliffs. Not enough people stand near cliffs.
There are classes that are better
That's
at
probably
doing
why we
shoves. You
don't.
aren't one of them.
Yeah, there are some classes that push people when they hit them, like they can push them back like 10 feet, 15 feet.
I think there is
I think
a
there are
way...
some magic weapons you can get that do that. Normally they're like
Yeah.
hammers and so on.
There's an infusion or
Or
whatever,
bludgeoning.
a warlock thingy that lets your Eldritch
Knocks them
Blast
prone.
push. Oh, is it
Oh.
not just not prone? There's
No,
one
no,
that lets
no.
you push.
Eldritch Blast pushes. Pietro had it for a while.
Yeah, so if I got an Eldritch Blast that pushes, I could just maneuver myself around and just pew 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 and just push people off of cliffs.
Yeah, but that requires you actually hitting with your Eldritch Blast.
How dare you, sir?
Yeah. And we're off.
Fired.
Bye!
Toodles.